Now 1:16 p.m. and a quorum of the board is present. State Board of Education regular meeting of September 13, 2022 is called to order. Marilyn, are there individuals who wish to address the board during today's meeting?
Yes, there are people who have registered to provide public comment, and I will review the rules for public comment. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to address the board, and I will keep track of the time on this monitor. We will be strictly following the time limit so that everyone has an opportunity to speak. It is the practice of the board not to respond to comments during the public participation portion of the meeting. You could be contacted at a later date. We will maintain an atmosphere of respect for all people, and disrespecting anyone by name or otherwise will be asked to cease. Public participation will occur in person, the people that are in the room, which we will start with, and then we will go to virtual. We have people who have registered as required before this portion of the meeting began, and so we will be doing that. So if we can have the first speaker come to the table, I will tell you who's speaking now, and I will tell you who's on deck, even though baseball season is coming to an end. So Catherine Drager will be the first speaker. And the second is Cassie Atala. If I say your name wrong, please correct me. I would like your name to be correct. So just go ahead and have a seat. And I will start the timer as soon as you start talking.
All right. Hello, my name is Catherine Drager. I'm a fifth-year student at Michigan State University, and I'm originally from Fenton, Michigan. I'm here to talk about the appalling epidemic of books being banned. Books such as Speak by Laurie Halse Anderson, Genderqueer by Maya Kobabe, and To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. I've read all these books. Most of them are read in school. Now you might ask why so many supposed concerned parents believe it is their right to remove these texts from circulation. Speak is targeted because it talks about rape and contains profanity. Genderqueer is targeted for containing LGBTQIA+ content. And To Kill a Mockingbird, a Pulitzer Prize-winning book, is targeted for racial slurs in its depiction of the Black experience. Of course, I learned why all these books are being targeted by the American Library Association. I am a student. I will cite my sources. The reason I have read these books is because they contain many important messages. They help people to look at the world through a different lens than their own. To Kill a Mockingbird showed what it was like living as an African American during the 1930s, during the time of Jim Crow laws and race discrimination. Genderqueer showed what it was like to grow up with gender dysphoria and to feel like you were born into the wrong body. And Speak showed what it's like to be a sexual assault survivor, to handle the aftermath of assault, and how to handle the effects of being bullied. I was bullied in middle school, and that is why I connected with Speak so much. I never really told anyone besides my family. I was too scared to. After reading Speak in my freshman honors English class, my teacher had us do a project on one of the themes of the book. I chose bullying and decided to share my experience as a bullying victim. I wrote my experience as if it was an advice column in a newspaper, and the response was my freshman self trying to grapple with the aftermath. My words were so moving that they made my teacher cry. It helped me to heal from that experience, and I would not have gotten that closure if it weren't for that book. And books containing LGBTQIA+ themes can help those who are struggling with their identity to not feel so alone. As someone who recently came out as bisexual, that figuring it out part can make you feel so isolated, like no one knows what you're going through. But if you can find a book or some other kind of media that makes you realize that you are not alone, that feeling relief that you will be okay can mean the difference between life and death. This is a major part of the story because according to the Trevor Project, LGBTQ youth are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Young people need to learn social skills to understand the world around them and how they fit into it. Developing good citizens and healthy people is the job of both Michigan educators and this board. Taking away the ability for young people to better understand themselves and their world should not be this board's right or responsibility. If you move to ban books like these and others, you will not only contribute to the dumbing down of our society, but also be responsible for increasing the risks of teen suicide in Michigan too. Please do not listen to the people who have not even read the books that they want to ban. Please stand up and do your job. The majority of the state is counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cassie Atala, followed by Bonnie Wood.
My name is Cassie Atala. I'm a resident of Holland Public School District, and I'm here on behalf of the Michigan Advocates to End Seclusion and Restraint. My comments today do reflect the official views of the organization. I've been a certified teacher in Michigan since 2003. I spent 10 years teaching at Hopkins High School. I'm also the parent of an autistic child who attended a Michigan public school in kindergarten and half of first grade, during which time he experienced several seclusions and restraints. For those of you listening who may not know, seclusion means confinement of a pupil in a room or other space from which the pupil is physically prevented from leaving. In my son's case, it was a 4-foot by 8-foot closet-sized room with very bright fluorescent lights, a hard floor, and a tall, narrow window that was covered on the outside, except for a small part on the top, so the adults could see in, but the children couldn't see out. My son was put in there when he was having a meltdown, a panic attack, and he was given nothing and no one to help him calm down. He was 5 and 6 years old when this happened to him, repeatedly. Restraint means an action that prevents or significantly restricts a pupil's movement. When it became clear to my son's IEP team that using seclusion was not having a positive impact on his behavior, they sought advice from the behavior specialist at Ottawa Area ISD. After that, during meltdowns, he was put into a 2-person CPI hold, in which each adult used their leg to restrict the movement of my son's leg. And then they held his arm up and his torso down. He was 6 years old. This was a traumatizing experience for him that has had a horrific impact on his well-being. His is the story of just one of thousands of Michigan children who are suffering from an outdated techniques in schools and with inadequate facilities to meet their educational needs. There were over 20,000 reported instances of seclusion and restraint in Michigan in the 2019-20 school year. And there is strong evidence that that number is severely underreported. Only the first half of last year has been reported so far, but the numbers in the first 2 quarters have almost doubled the year before. Michigan educators desperately need help with these kids. Both seclusion and restraint are used disproportionately on students with disabilities. The use of seclusion and restraint is a civil and human rights violation, and it's a denial of FAPE. Not only do we need to make seclusion and restraint illegal in Michigan schools, but we need to make sure that every educator in Michigan has the training, support, and resources to prevent the behaviors that have led some to think that these techniques are necessary. We need to get Michigan schools up to date with the latest research and techniques that are backed by neuroscience and trauma-informed. For these reasons, I'm asking that the board put the topic of seclusion and restraint on the agenda in an upcoming meeting so we can work together to make schools safer. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Bonnie Wood, you're next, followed by Peter Torak.
Good afternoon. I'm Bonnie Wood from Ovid, Michigan, and I thank you for all your dedication, even though you and I might not all agree on everything, but I respect what you are doing. I like the returning of the phonics, what was talked earlier. I hope we can help the community and parents with the basic techniques of dyslexia. For I know other people have students like that, and they need teachers to have a community so that they can talk about that and help many out, so we can help one another. I have concerns of losing our public education because of the disconnect between community and school and the ideology instead of truth and science versus the ideology. I would just like to say we can't have a unity without community, and a house divided will fall. May we remember school, community make up parents and all the other people that live in that community. We all need to be involved in all facets of our education and the community to grow together. Let us pass to each one another kindness and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Torak, and he will be followed by Bree Mogenberg.
Hi, everyone. It's been a couple years since I've been here, so it's kind of nice to see a lot of familiar faces and some new ones, too. I was a little surprised that I actually had to come here. And it was because I had heard that many people were outraged, parents and some politicians, and of course when I looked into it, I saw that, boy, it's those darn trans kids again, because boy, aren't they always causing trouble. And so I'm a dad of a trans kid, so I could say that, yeah, and they do cause trouble. So I've got a now 14-year-old son in Dexter schools, and I've got another daughter that's still in there, and I've got an older daughter. 3 grandkids now in Dexter schools as well, 6, 8, and 10. It's weird because I just turned 35 today. It's my birthday. So, and then I found out what people are outraged about, and it seems that they're really mad at me, for one, and my kid, because I will tell you, as many of you know, we've been pretty outspoken on what happened when we listened to our kid when he was young. And when I'm talking young, I'm talking, my son was 2 years old when he started saying that he was a boy, not a girl. And we had to learn, and I'm a slow learner. I'm an engineer, you know that, especially slow on the social skills, right? It took me a little bit, but the dysphoria that I witnessed, and what they say, consistent, insistent, persistent, oh yeah. But, stupidly, I guess, I listened, to my 2-year-old, and then, even worse, I acted on it, because I didn't really get all of it. It was a little bit of a surprise to me, too, so I had to learn, and I'll be the first to say, I didn't come out of the box some, advocate. Far from it. Spent most of my life not doing enough. But what I learned is that LGBTQ kids, trans kids, are not only real, but they're a big part of our society. We've been ignoring that for some time. We can't continue to do that. So while I'm very sympathetic for people to learn, I'm a bit impatient now, because there's something called willful ignorance, because our story's out there. I'd encourage you to invite Dr. Chris Timmis, superintendent of Dexter Schools, Craig McCullough, the principal, who's given awards for all of his work in inclusivity. Invite them out here and hear from them how things are going when you create an inclusive environment in your schools.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Good to see everybody.
Bree Mogenberg, you're next, followed by Corey Harbaugh.
Just take one. They're in sets of 2. Okay. Hello, Bree Mogenberg. Today I'm here on behalf of Moms for Liberty of Isabella County, Michigan. I am the chapter chair. Even today, you have heard a lot of concerns about sexuality and gender. And I'm here to say on behalf of our organization, every student is important and every student should be recognized. Ultimately, these concerns, though, with sexuality and gender are causing division that is resulting in parents removing their children from districts and from public education. That number is actually phenomenal in the state of Michigan. Public schools literally need students to function and for financial funding. So what is really happening? Parents are not abandoning their principals. They're not abandoning the principals because money is tight, because there was a virus, or because other people oppose their personal beliefs. And no matter how many names people are called for standing firm to their principles, nobody is going to change anybody's personal beliefs. Beliefs are an argument that will never be had by anybody because we all have our own and they're all individual and unique. That is why our organization created the resolution that is to bring resolve to the matter of sexuality and gender. This resolution is not homophobic. It is about all sexuality, heterosexuality, homosexuality, all sexuality is included. It is not about removing the recognition of students. There are Mrs. and Mrs. We just had somebody speak with a transgender child. Everybody has a sexuality, and it's important to recognize that. This, however, is about the instruction, discussion, and promotion of sexuality and gender without parental consent. And that's the key, without parental consent. Nowhere is sexuality and gender listed as a credit required for graduation. And what is the goal of this board to continue despite parental concern and despite the controversy resulting in children that are disengaged from education? And for the students that are engaged with sexuality discussions, let me ask you this. Are sexual discussions an appropriate means to engage students in the classroom out of sexual education class, especially when public schools here in Michigan are supposed to stress abstinence? For reasons of religion, creed, and deeply valued beliefs, many parents will say they do not approve of such. So with that, I'm going to show you very quickly. These are the 5 circles of sexuality. With these are the circle of sensuality. This is the awareness of one's body and a sexual partner. This is sexualization. This refers to the use of sex, such as rape, to control and manipulate people. And then there is sexual and health reproduction that, of course, includes intercourse, which is sex. And then this is sexual identity. This is understanding who someone is sexually, which is sex. And this is where gender identity comes in. Intimacy looks a lot like friends. So I ask you with this to recall that there's a resolution that I had asked to be added to the agenda. If you could do that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Corey Harbaugh.
Good afternoon. My name's Corey Harbaugh. I'm a resident of Gobles, a small town in beautiful Van Buren County, just west of Kalamazoo. I'm the parent of a current and former public school students. I'm also curriculum director for Paw Paw Public Schools, the public district in one of our outstanding towns in West Michigan, where the word neighbor is a way of life. I'm sorry to tell you all that you missed the Wine and Harvest Fest this last weekend in Paw Paw, but you have an invitation for next September. I've come to speak today to offer 2 pieces of input and make 1 request of the Michigan State Board of Education and Department of Ed. First, like everywhere at this time, individuals and families in our community are struggling to find common ground on tough topics, including what sex education should cover. We've had difficult conversations, hearing from good and well-intentioned people on both sides. But, and this is my point, we have embraced the challenge of having tough conversations, creating space for diverse voices shared with respect and civility. This was evident just last night at our own monthly school board meeting, where our Sex Ed Advisory Board presented data and expertise in support of a more inclusive sex ed curriculum, followed by a period of public comment. Some people spoke in support and others in opposition, but all spoke with civility and respect. We are not perfect in Paw Paw, but we have a model that works. As a public school, we embrace what it truly means to be public and to represent and work on behalf of all of our students, no matter the home they come from. And I think this is the work of those who lead and govern public schools, to hold up and remind our constituencies that public schools have been and must remain the best of what communities produce when they work together. Second, I want this board to know how grateful I have been as a curriculum administrator to be able to call upon and lean upon resources and guidance provided by the Department of Ed. This support and expertise has been invaluable. Which brings me to finally my request. I'm asking the Department of Education to release as soon as possible updated sex ed standards that can help local school districts align to state standards. We need this assistance, especially now. Because we live in the Great Lakes state, I hope you'll allow me to conclude with a nautical metaphor. I am not asking this board or the Department of Education to pilot our ship. Our local Sex Ed Advisory Board, our local leaders, our elected officials are responsible for these decisions, and we're up to it. Instead, we need you all to be a lighthouse so we can safely steer through these stormy waters. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to move to virtual public comment. Those of you who are listening online, we will admit you one at a time by the phone number that you have provided on your registration. You'll have 3 minutes, as the people in the room had. When you are admitted into the room, please mute any YouTube feed in your background that you may have on. I will be keeping a timer here in the room. So
I signed up, but I was not called. When I drove here from Ann Arbor,
you signed a green form?
I signed up online.
May I have your name? Sorry for.
It was a mistake. I've signed up for public commentary before and not been contacted, so I'm not sure what happened.
I don't see you on here. Yeah, in-person people fill out the green form. Do you want me to just have her fill out a green form now? If you could get a green form out in the hall, I will, after you complete it. Okay. So for clarification's sake, for other people who may need it, if you are here in person, instructions state that you fill out a green form to provide public comment, and you register online to provide virtual comment, and then you'll get instructions. So thank you for allowing me to clarify that. If the first person could be admitted, give me your name and where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thank you. Caller?
Is that, how do we know when it's our turn?
It's your turn right now. If you can give me your name and where you're calling from, please.
Sure. My name's Emily Summer. I'm from Rochester Hills.
Okay, and please begin your 3 minutes of comments.
Thanks. I'm Emily Summer. I'm from Rochester Hills. I'm a teacher, educator, and the parent of a high school student. And I'm calling because I'm concerned about the very dangerous false narratives that some groups are pushing about parental rights and text selections in our schools. We're seeing this pattern of library books and classroom books being challenged, and of teachers and librarians being harassed and accused of all kinds of agendas. This is part of a very organized nationwide movement to both discredit public schools and make students, staff, and families that aren't straight or white or Christian feel unwelcome in our schools. Going after developmentally appropriate young adult and middle grade books because they discuss human sexuality is a very thinly disguised effort to tell gay and trans people that they don't belong in our schools. Going after picture books that represent non-traditional families says the same thing. And attacking books that depict real experiences of people who've been targets of oppression and discrimination makes it really clear that the agenda of these groups is to deny the validity or importance of those experiences. When you look at the language being used by people attacking books and educators who share them with kids, it's clear that they're trying to drum up hysteria and manipulate people who might have the well-intentioned goal of protecting their own kids. When labels like pornography and reverse racism and grooming are slapped on literature and people who teach it, it's an attempt to distract from the real goal, simultaneously discrediting schools and making them less safe for the people described in that literature. I'm a mom who wants her child to have access to books that tell all kinds of stories about all kinds of lives, and who wants her kids to get an accurate view of our country and our history. These very loud and angry people are trying to take that away from my kids. But even more, I want my kids' friends and classmates, all of them, to feel safe and welcome, and for his teachers to feel safe teaching all kids. So please, I hope this board can recognize that most parents are like me, and that the current attacks on books and educators is based on false narratives. If we look at the data coming out of Florida, where they've passed the Don't Say Gay bill, less than 2% of parents are actually choosing to opt their kids out of some of these books that are supposedly being challenged. Less than 2%. This is not a grassroots movement. This is not the natural voice of parents. So I ask you to please keep in mind that parents like me are the majority. We are a huge majority, and these loud, angry voices don't represent what most people want for their kids or their school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public participant is Lisa Carrigaro. Please come to the table.
Hi, my name's Lisa Carrigaro. I'm a parent from Ann Arbor. I have 2 kids in the public schools there. I am also the founder of Books for Kids. It's a nonprofit. The focus of our nonprofit is to collect and distribute diverse books. Some of the facts that I know are between 1984 and 1990, Random House published only 2 books by Black authors, and one was by Toni Morrison, who was an editor during that time. Fact is that currently 85% of books published by the top 5 publishing firms are written by white authors. Fact is, BIPOC folks are the global majority. The way forward to create an inclusive and welcoming community is to create diverse libraries and welcoming and inclusive schools. I'm also here to advocate for and defend public education. It's an institution that's essential to our community and to our democracy. I'm here to counter and call out the small vocal minority of folks who are attempting to compromise the integrity of our public schools and our democracy. Singling out and censoring books and curriculum is detrimental to creating critical thinkers. It is detrimental to teacher autonomy and the morale of the state of our public schools in general. We must instead use our voices to uplift our educators, our librarians, and our school staff. Instead of hyper-focusing on manufactured arguments by a vocal minority, we should advocate for more funding. We need full-time libraries in all of our schools. My kid's school is a K through 8. They have a full-time librarian. Most of the other schools in the district, they have 2 or 3 librarians that run around from school to school. I know that some states in the district don't have a librarian on staff at all. I recommend that this board advocate for funding for full-time librarians in all of our schools, and that they advocate for funding for books that represent everybody in our community. They represent all perspectives, cultures, identities, races, and accurate histories. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamila James. Hello.
It's Jamila.
Thank you for correcting me.
That's okay. I get it all the time. You'd be surprised. Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Jamila James. I'm a parent and I'm running for school board in the Ann Arbor School District. I'm here basically to advocate for our babies. There's a lot of, so let me start off. I do have 3 kids. One is a 15-year-old that thinks I'm really, really lame. One is pursuing a degree, a master's at U of M. One is kind of figuring it out. So I'm kind of all over the place when it comes to the kids. And one of the things I'm finding very concerning is this fear that we as adults have of educating our kids about things that's going on in our world right now. By trying to protect our babies. And I'm from Ann Arbor, so we are the bubble, right? But by trying to protect our babies from the information of the real world we live in right now, especially with technology throws it out there to them in their face, what we're doing is basically handicapping them. They have to navigate this world with all its bumps and grooves that we like and don't like, regardless of how we may feel about it. The best thing we could do for them is to prepare them for it. I don't know about you guys, but life has taught me, there are many lessons that life taught me that I learned the hard way. If I can, I want to prepare our kids or my kids not to have to learn those the hard way. The best way we do that is by exposing them to it at school. Have the critical conversations. Help them think about it. Help them work it through it. Recognizing that us as parents, if there's anything that we don't agree with, any type of confusion, that's a teaching moment for us as parents to sit down and say, yeah, they talked about this at school, but, we think about it this way, or we don't believe that way because of that. But to strangle them and not give them the information, you are not protecting them. You are not helping them. And I got 50 seconds, so I'm going to give you a quick story. I interviewed this guy when I was going to nursing school from Ann Arbor, who grew up in Ann Arbor in our bubble. And he told the story about how he went to the service. And when he joined the service, he decided he was going to drive a truck. He got sent to Iraq, and he learned about IUDs the hard way. He felt that his parents did him a real disservice growing up in Ann Arbor, not preparing him for the real world. In a real world, in the perfect world, our children will be exactly how we want them, little angels. But we all know, as previously being children, that's not how the world works. And the more we try to strangle them or put them in this narrow thing, the more they're going to rebel. So I say prepare our children. Don't be afraid. Trust in your parenting. Trust that you got this, but prepare them, please.
Thank you. Mike, will you please admit the next person on the phone line? Thank you. Hello, may I please have your name and where you're calling from? Caller? Caller, your phone number ending in 5359. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Please give me your name, where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments.
Okay. My name is Carrie Betts. I'm calling from Birmingham. I'm speaking on behalf of the Michigan Association for Media and Education. The American Association of School Librarians recommends that every school district have a board-approved library selection policy. School librarians are uniquely qualified to guide the development of this policy. Certified school librarians complete coursework in library and information science, which includes 3 credit hours in each of the following: collection development, literature for children and young adults, access to information, organization of information, and school library administration and management. The courses listed are not the entirety of the graduate program, but highlight the courses specific to library collection and development. A library selection policy differs from classroom curriculum selection policies in that the school library provides materials to serve student needs. This can include extension of curricular topics, research for academic and personal pursuits, reading for pleasure, global, political, or cultural perspectives, and lifelong learning pursuits. Books and materials provided by school libraries are not required reading and are not exclusively attached to the curriculum as is expressed by concerned parent groups. With every material selection policy, a process for challenging school library materials is essential. School libraries represent foundational principles of democracy. It is imperative that we offer due process for reviewing materials that are found to be offensive to others. It is a violation of our students' First Amendment rights to remove offensive materials without due process. A way to challenge materials is made available because the process used in selection of materials is not infallible. We accept that parents and communities have a right to educate their children in the way they see fit, and this can be in conflict with other parents and community members. We ask that due process be completed using the challenge procedures approved by local school boards. It is the heart of democracy to be able to lift your voice to a cause without fear of harm or violence. Following approved board policies and procedures for addressing concerns will be much more productive than threatening school employees via personal contact and social media outlets. We encourage all parents to inquire about these processes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Sure, my name is Lauren Gracie Parker, and I'm calling from Rochester Hills, Michigan. I'm calling because I want to ask you to continue support for diverse books in school libraries. These books are neither indoctrination nor are they grooming. Instead, they show respect for the totality of the human experience. Do not deny students the opportunity to learn from the experience of others through reading. Do not erase these voices that have struggled for so long to be heard. If certain pro-banning parents want to prevent their students from being exposed to those books, they can opt out their kids and only their kids. They have no right to make parenting decisions for the vast majority of parents who support a diverse learning environment. Banning books is never the answer. Mr. McMillan continues to court support from Moms for Liberty and other extremist groups, as I've seen on Facebook. Please do not capitulate to such disingenuous and manufactured rhetoric. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you for calling. Reminder,
You're welcome.
please.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
A reminder to the people on the line to please refrain from using names. And may I have the next caller, please? Is there a caller on the line? Please mute the YouTube in the background. Thank you. May I have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Thanks for calling.
Good morning. My name is Billy, and I am from Wayne County. First, I would like to pray. Dear Lord, I come to you this afternoon to ask you to protect these parents and speak today that are trying to protect our children against the devil and that is hard at work. I pray that you continue to expose the sexual predators that are being found across our country and in our state that are attacking our children. I also pray in your son's name, Jesus Christ, amen. A 10-book series that I found in our local middle school, Anus, Thongs, and Full Frontal Snaga. On the bright side, I'm now a girlfriend of a sex god. Knocked out of my nug-nugs. Dancing in my nudie pants. Then he ate my boy entries. Very educational, learning how to eat pussy. Stop in the name of my pants. Are these my bosoms I see before me? Our public schools are developing future pedophiles, rapists, and normalizing this for our children are easy to be easily preyed on. You are grooming a child into a lifestyle that is full of anxiety, depression, sin, and addiction. What this board and many local boards should just say is close those math books and open that book on how to eat pussy and suck dick. We will have a very well-educated youth on sex and be proud of our Wayne County schools on them low math numbers from the assessment results from 2021 and 2022. 6.47, 4.11, 3.13, 3.90. And I want to congratulate Northville on having the highest score of Wayne County of a 72.10. On a side note, schools that were in person and unmasked have higher scores, and the proof is in the pudding. Those that were not, and some are still masked, and that were virtual, have much lower scores. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. May I please have your name?
Hello?
Hi, may I have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Thanks for calling.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Tobia, and I am the CEO of Educational Child Care Center, otherwise known as EC3. We're based in Lansing. EC3 is the largest private nonprofit early learning center in Lansing, serving over 100 families at any given time who have children ranging in age from infants to 5-year-old pre-kindergartners. I have a staff of more than 40 dedicated employees, and I have led this organization since 2010. I'm speaking today in support of the recently released draft of updated standards of quality for early childhood. EC3 was founded to meet Governor Blanchard's 1984 State of the State address charge for government agencies to pilot high-quality early learning programs by the end of 1985. EC3 was the response to that challenge because the experts at the Michigan Department of Education were decades ahead of their time in their understanding of brain science and human development. With this foundation, including strong support of Michigan's legislature and subsequent governors, EC3 has developed a remarkable reputation and has attracted and retained educators from a variety of backgrounds who all share the passion for supporting families and children. EC3 is nationally accredited, and it maintains a 4-star rating from Michigan's Great Start to Quality. I'd like to commend the department for these new standards. Both the process that was used and the product that's been developed demonstrate that the department retains its expertise. These standards are in strong alignment with recommendations from the National Association for the Education of Young Children and its Michigan affiliate. They are also directly tied to the latest research on brain development and social emotional learning from birth to kindergarten. These new standards are noteworthy for several reasons. First, they draw attention to the early childhood profession and those who comprise it. Second, the standards put a necessary focus on program operations and administration. These two areas are foundational to early childhood education and must be taken into account for any determination of quality in the field. But my highest praise and deepest support for these standards is their attention to the growth and development of all Michigan's young children, as they are, from birth to kindergarten. The standards clearly lay out observable behaviors at all ages and developmental levels based on the latest brain science. They distinguish what we in the field already know to be true about self-awareness in young children and acknowledge its rightful place in standards of quality. Children begin understanding differences between themselves and others starting in infancy, and these standards articulate the developmentally appropriate recognition of these differences. These standards also convey children's natural inclinations.
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. I guess I had 3 minutes. No.
May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments? Thank you.
Certainly. This is Jennifer Lane, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
If you could please mute the YouTube in the back and begin your comments.
Certainly.
Thanks.
Okay. Hello. I'm Jenny Lane, parent of a 15-year-old child who is transgender and attends Ann Arbor Public Schools. My child uses they, them pronouns, and so that's what you'll hear when I refer to them. It can be a little confusing at first if you're not used to it. So for brevity, I want to share my child's experience with school this past year. We've had some wonderful, positive experiences with teachers being supportive, like at last year's curriculum night when teachers made an effort to use my kid's correct pronouns. My kid also has had some not so great experiences at school, which at first my husband and I thought were just garden variety, adolescent social anxieties. And we felt confident that our sweet and smart and ordinarily happy-go-lucky child was going to be okay. I've read about the high rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide among LGBTQ kids, and I've always felt that since our child has been so loved and supported by their family, they could be immune to the harassment and bullying that so many LGBTQ kids experience in school. I was reminded of this type of experience just last week. Our house backs up to an elementary school, and I could hear kids in the playground when I suddenly heard one kid shriek furiously, you're gay, you are terrible, you're gay, you're the worst, you're gay. I felt the intensity like a gut punch. I hoped a teacher was nearby with the skills to address the situation sensitively. And I also thought about how many times kids hear words like gay used interchangeably with the worst insults, and how difficult it is for kids to grow up without internalizing that cruel implication that because you're gay, you're terrible, you are the worst. When LGBTQ kids feel unsafe in school, it makes sense that they wouldn't want to come to school. If they miss enough days, this can impact their grades or even make it less likely for them to graduate. Last year, partly through their 9th grade year, my child started missing school a lot. They stayed homesick with an upset stomach, or the office would have to call and have me pick up my child after they'd vomited or had an anxiety attack. For what it's worth, they were never sick once over the summer. We got them set up with a therapist to help them manage their anxiety. The therapist was kind, but didn't seem to have much experience discussing gender. And then one day last spring, my child had a non-fatal attempt at suicide. They didn't want to go back to school. We were very lucky that they were able to participate in an outpatient treatment program for adolescents instead of the remainder of the school year. I know my child's teachers care and they're good people. And what I want them and all of you to understand is that LGBTQ kids grow up in a society that tells them explicitly and implicitly that something is wrong with them, that they do not belong. If we want all children to thrive in school or even just graduate, or in my kid's case, even just stay alive.
Thank you. I'm sorry your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Hi. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Hi, I'm Carol. I'm calling from Ann Arbor, and I'm reading a prepared statement on behalf of Roz Keith, the Executive Director of Stand with Trans. As a parent of a trans man who is now a young adult and the executive director of an organization that advocates for transgender youth and their loved ones, I am compelled to share my thoughts. School is often the only safe place for trans youth. Home, which should be the safe place, is not always an affirming, supportive place for the marginalized, gender-diverse youth population that is growing in numbers. Going to school should be joyful and inspiring. Young people need to know that the school as a whole and the individuals who work there, from educators to administrators to the cafeteria workers, have their back. Just one supportive adult cuts the chance an LGBTQ identified youth will attempt suicide by 40%. Did you know that 58% of transgender and non-binary youth reported being discouraged from using a bathroom that corresponds to their gender identity? These results in young people not using the restroom at school, which in turn causes physical and emotional distress, resulting in health issues. What happens next? Trans and non-binary youth don't want to attend school. Their grades drop, they lose opportunities to socialize, play on sports teams, and learn with their peers. It is critical that our Michigan schools support all children and address each individual and unique need. Young minds need nurturing and love. They need guidance that will allow them to explore their identities and interests and learning styles. Differences need to be celebrated in every classroom. Each child should be able to use the name they choose and the pronouns that fit while at school without a teacher or the administration calling the parents. Outing students can cause harm once they get home if their home is not a safe space. It is the school's responsibility to make sure that while a child is in their care, that they feel safe and accepted. The positive outcomes far outweigh the negative. I'd like to add a personal note that ends Roz's prepared statement. As the parent of a former student that benefited from safe and supportive policies for LGBTQ students in our district, I can tell you with assurance that him feeling safe to first come out to his school teachers and peers and then find who he is accepted is a big reason that he is alive today. Let's give kids correct and age-appropriate information about what it means to be a part of the LGBTQ community. Let's let these kids show who they are in school without fear of being bullied or rejected. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for calling. Next caller, please. If you could
can you hear me?
Yes, if there's a YouTube going in the back, which maybe you've turned it off. If you can turn it off, I think we're good though now. Can I have your name, where you're calling from, and you provide your comments?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hi, my name is Dr. Laura Slee, and I have been a public educator for more than 20 years. Currently, I'm the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for Okemos Public Schools. In Okemos Public Schools, we strive to make our schools safe and supportive for all students, not just most of them. Students must feel safe both physically and emotionally. We are obligated by law and by conscience to create these safe and supportive environments for all of our students. To do this, we must honor the identities that students bring with them to school, those related to race, socioeconomic status, ability, national origin, religion, language, gender identity, gender expression, just to name a few. Schools should be a place in which students can be their authentic selves, where the adults accept them for who they are. We recognize that identities are significant to students and their families, and we approach honoring student identities as a collaborative effort between the students, their caregivers, and the school. Caregivers especially have insights into who their students are and what they need, insights that we wouldn't have if we excluded them. The students' identities start to form from the moment they are born, so it's appropriate to teach them about identity throughout their school experiences, including in early childhood. We know, for example, that students typically start to understand their own gender identity between the ages of 3 and 5. In order for students to learn, they first have to feel safe and feel like they belong. They need to be able to connect with their peers and the lessons taught to them. Books and other media give students opportunities to explore the identities of people from backgrounds different than their own, and they give them chances to see themselves and their families represented and celebrated. LGBTQ plus students, for example, can see that there are people like themselves out there and have their identities affirmed, while students who are not part of the LGBT community can better understand what it's like to be LGBTQ and to find common ground with people from that community. We could swap out LGBTQ plus with Black, Jewish, female, Ukrainian, or other identity markers in this example. Students need to understand different people to be ready for life in an increasingly diverse world. Work by school districts and by school boards should be done with both and in mind rather than either or. Multiple things can be true at one time. Our job as educators is to juggle multiple truths when they honor and affirm the identities of our students. For example, we can honor a student's wish to be called by new pronouns, and we can continue to call other students by the pronouns that match their sex assigned at birth. Students can read a book about a Black family, and they can be proud of their own race, even if they aren't Black. Students in early childhood programs can learn about gender, and teachers can make sure that they aren't confused. A student can be safe and accepted in your family, and another student could be unsafe and rejected in theirs. We can hold
Your
space
time's
for different
up.
perspectives.
Thank you for calling.
All right.
Thank you.
We could swap out LGBTQ plus.
If you can please mute the YouTube in the back, that would be appreciated. And then may I have your name and where you're calling from and your 3 minutes of comments, please?
I'm Jennifer Bergerell from East Lansing. Good afternoon. I'm speaking today as an educator and the mother of 2 young children. My youngest child attends a NACCE accredited child development center in East Lansing, and my older child attends East Lansing Public Schools. Both of these learning communities have taught my children to value themselves as individuals while also honoring the many identities of their peers. The fact is, the identities of children are and always have been vast. These identities are implicit to who they are. Kids don't learn their identities in school. However, the school environment nurtures a safe place to grow. It's imperative that all students feel safe and supported at school, and this is often not the case for students who identify as LGBTQ. Feeling safe is the foundation upon which all learning is permitted to happen. It is our duty to ensure that school is a place where LGBTQ students have the same respect and rights to safety as their peers. This is not only mandated by law, it's the right thing to do. The Early Childhood Standards of Quality document honors and values children's identities and learning progressions from birth to kindergarten. A person's gender identity typically develops between the ages of 3 and 5 years of age, and again, this is not something that is taught to children, it's inherent. Creating inclusive and safe environments for our youngest learners to be their authentic selves is part of the beauty of teaching and raising young children. My own kids learn and discover new things about themselves and the world around them every day, and one of my greatest joys is watching them become the people they are. I always hope that they feel comfortable being their authentic selves no matter where they are or who they are with. Not all LGBTQ youth have the support of their families at home, nor do they see themselves in the community around them. Being able to see LGBTQ adults at school and in the books they read provides hope and validation. It's also imperative that non-LGBTQ kids see identities that may be different from their own at school. This can combat othering or the concept that one's own identity is the right one while the others are inferior. It creates an inclusive environment with many different strengths and ways of thinking. Connection is incredibly important for children's development and well-being. I'm very thankful that East Lansing Public Schools have embedded many inclusive ways of belonging into their classrooms and school communities. Teachers focus on growth mindset, acceptance, and belonging. Sometimes as adults, we lose sight of what the world looks like through our kids' eyes because it isn't the same as it was for us. What I see in my kids' eyes is that the kids are better than us. They are loving and caring, they believe in equity, and they want everyone to belong. I'd like to end with something that a colleague said to me a few years back, and it sticks with me in all the work I do as an educator. Who is really benefiting from what you are doing? If it isn't all kids, then don't do it. If we are creating an environment where LGBTQ students don't see themselves as being valued and respected like everyone else, we shouldn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Bryce Essemaker, and I'm calling from the Thumb of Michigan.
Please continue.
Hello, my name is Bryce Essemaker, and I'm 19 years old and a transgender gay young adult. I spent my whole life in a small farming town in the thumb of Michigan and just graduated high school this June. I realized I was different around 8 years old. I hated it when my mom called me pretty, beautiful, and gorgeous. I fought every day with my parents because they wanted me to be feminine. They would say I would grow out of this feeling or that I had a creative mind. This was not the case. Looking back, I realized I probably was depressed by the age of 7. I hated being a girl. I hid myself from the world and started doing research. I would look up things like, why do I hate myself? Why can't I be a boy? Or how do I not be a girl anymore? Searches led to me learning about transgender people and gave me a language to describe my experience. I was terrified when I came to this realization. I knew my family would hate me and judge me. My community would see me as an outcast. Even knowing all this, I still know who I was and I couldn't change that. I came out to my mom as trans when I was 12. Some of her first comments were about my safety. I didn't come out to my dad until 2 years later. He still refers to me as his daughter. My mother, who is accepting now, treated me poorly the first year after I came out. She was raised religiously and taught that being trans and gay is a sin. After a bit of time, she realized that being trans isn't something you could change or stop doing. She had to decide between losing her daughter completely from this world or loving her son and reconsidering some of her religious beliefs. Growing up as trans and gay in this area was a struggle. There were very few LGBTQ plus people in my school and community. There were a lot of people in the thumb who were unsupportive or prejudiced because of their identities went against the belief system or religion. After I came out, school was a constant battle. I was bullied almost every day. It ranged from people telling me I was a tranny to people telling me that I should kill myself. Every day I felt like a fight. The school tried their best to help me to talk to students involving with my harassment, but it often made the situation worse and I was retaliated against. There were a few teachers who believed and supported me, and they made a huge difference. I've also received affirming care from knowledgeable medical professionals. I learned to trust myself and my decisions and to reach out to supportive adults for help when I need it. The past doesn't have to be my destiny. In closing, kids like me just want to be treated like human beings. I'm just like everyone else. I'm not trying to confuse anyone by being trans, and I'm not confused, and it's not a choice. If I would have ignored these feelings, I wouldn't be standing here today. People spread hate and lies about people like me because they don't understand the issues, and it's really hard. Trans kids are going to disappear from school systems. They're just going to find different outlets to try and cope. We just want to be in a safe and loving environment while we learn and grow as human beings. If we can't be ourselves in school and need to hide who we aren't going to want to be there at all. It's no wonder that the dropout rates for LGBTQ kids is higher than others, but we need to be in school so we can have the same support and opportunities as other kids for a good future. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Yes, my name is Maria. I'm calling from Oakland County. The state of Michigan overall ranking for education in the 21-22 school year was 36 out of all the states, and the academic ranking was 32nd. The SAT scores rankings were even more abysmal at 47. Michigan invests more money into education than a great majority of other states, as Michigan ranks 6th for academic investment. So if Michigan is ranking 6th in academic investment, and the students are performing academically overall in the 36th out of all states, then what does that tell you about how the state is using funds to educate our children? It paints a very clear picture that there is a huge lack of fiscal responsibility and return on investment for the money spent. Someone consider this misfeasance. Perhaps focusing on academic proficiency and literacy should be a priority instead of all of the social justice, CRT, SEL, and sexualization of children that's going on and being pushed by some of the educators and departments of education. Our students are failing because of many of you. You have an important voice in our state by offering guidance to school districts and influencing legislators. Instead of using that powerful voice to increase literacy and academic performance, you're wasting it on nonsense. You should be embarrassed and appalled at what your initiatives have produced in academic performance. We as parents and Michigan citizens are disgusted at what you're doing to our children, and you're setting Michigan children up to fail in life, and it needs to stop. Proficiency scores are complete embarrassment for our state. The ELA scores have been a steady decline for years. Last year's ELA proficiency among 3rd through 8th graders was only 40%, which is the lowest it has been in years. State math proficiency has not even reached 40% in the last several years. Last year's math results were only 33% proficiency ratings among 3rd to 8th graders. Social studies is even worse at only 21% proficiency. With all the time you spend in State Board of Ed meetings discussing masks, vaccines, transgenderism, SEL, and other non-academic nonsense, it should be clear as day why you are failing thousands of students academically. Many of you choose to sit in these meetings and use it as a political platform to push your liberal politics. Do I need to remind you that this is a board of education, not a board of politics? Are you here to improve the education and academic performance of students? I don't think so at times. The fact is a great majority of this board supports comprehensive sex ed, grooming children, pornography in schools, biological males and female locker rooms, and sports, in addition to SEL based on CRT principles and ideologies. Why don't you put the same effort into supporting academics? I want to know how all of these non-academic topics you're pushing increase academic performance of my child. Do you have data supporting the spending time and money on all this stuff actually drives academic performance? Shouldn't education strategies be evidence-based? If you've spent half as much time on literacy initiatives, imagine where our students could be. When are you going to start doing your job and actually supporting academics and not this other nonsense for our students? Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
We could just hold for 1 second. We've gone 1 hour, board. The bylaws say that the public participation segment of the meeting shall have a limitation of 1 hour, unless the board affirmatively extends. President Albrecht.
I would like to suggest that, or make a motion that we extend public comment for 1 hour, at which time then we will pause public comment until the end of section M, as we do have presenters who need to leave by a certain time today. So that would be my motion.
We have a motion on the table to extend for 1 hour. Do we have support, a motion from Board President Albrecht, support for Vice President Pugh. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have an
Mr.
amendment to remove the reference to move everybody else till the end of the agenda. I'd like to strike that part of the motion.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to...
Wanting to make sure we just listen to them all.
Understood. We have a motion and a second to extend for 1 hour and then to pivot to the financial transparency presentation. We have a motion to amend to extend public comment through the balance of the people who have signed up to provide public comment. Do we have a second for the amended motion? So we have a second on the amended motion. Any discussion on the amendment to President Albrecht's motion? That is to say, on Mr. McMillan's amendment to President Albrecht's initial motion. Yes.
Just because I just looked at the numbers, 22 people, they get 3 minutes each. That would put us at 66 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So
we have, that's many that are on there now. We have many more that signed up that could call in that time.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table, a second. We have an amended motion and a second. You're speaking to the amended motion.
Well, and if we have the list right here of who signed up, how many more have signed up beyond the 22 that are up there?
Potentially 41 more.
On top of the 22?
No, as part, the 22 are part of the 41.
Okay.
I guess, if I can speak to my amendment, what if there's like 2 people left or something? Can we address it at that point?
I think at that point, you're an hour in, you can make that determination. But we do have a presenter who's capped at a hard cap. Okay, so the motion, we are voting on the amended motion, Mr. McMillan's amended motion. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Lipton? No. McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
No.
Pugh?
it was the amendment. Are we on the amendment?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, Thomas.
Snyder?
Yes.
Tilly?
Can you repeat the amendment?
The amendment is to continue public comment until the end, not cap it at an hour, but continue it till the end.
No.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Says no.
Albrecht?
No.
Fails.
Very good. We're back to the base motion from President Albrecht. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Lupton?
Yes.
McMillan?
No.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh? Yes. Snyder?
No.
Tilly? Yes. Albrecht?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Public comment will be extended from 2:20 to 3:20. We're back to virtual public comment with Mike Flaminio and Marilyn Mertz-Schneider.
Hello, caller. If I may have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I appreciate your time and the service on this board. My name is Amanda Thielen. I am a resident of Farmington Hills. I'm also a parent and an advocate against the use of seclusion and restraint in our schools. As a parent of a survivor of restraint and seclusion who was left with PTSD symptoms, I have spent time over the last 5 years learning more about the impact that these practices have on our children's developing brains. Recent guidance from the Office of Civil Rights that was released in July states that the use of restraint and seclusion could lead to a denial of faith, a free and appropriate public education, and constitute a violation of civil rights. Although I'm aware of the updates made to Michigan law regarding seclusion and restraint that went into effect in the fall of 2017, I am also very aware of the difficulty in tracking these numbers and ultimately ensuring that the law is followed as written. In the spring of 2021, I requested data from our school district through a Freedom of Information Act request and was given a price tag of over $3,300 to grant my request due to the district stating that gathering this data would take 88.75 hours to locate, copy, examine, and redact the data. While I certainly understand redaction, I find it very concerning that the district needed to locate the data when the law states that this data is subject to, and I quote, diligent assessment, monitoring, documentation, and reporting by trained personnel. Additionally, I sent a Freedom of Information Act request to the Michigan Department of Education for this data for my district the same spring and was denied, receiving an email stating that, quote, after a search for records to the best of MDE's knowledge, information, and belief, the MDE does not possess records, end quote, regarding my request. These responses have left me concerned that there is not proper oversight and monitoring to determine if these practices are being used properly. I urge you to look into research-based alternatives that can be used and provide funding for training for those strategies so that children and staff can all be safer at school. In closing, I'm asking you to look at the endless data about the effects these practices have on the developing brains of our children. With COVID, we were always told to follow the science, and the science on seclusion and restraint is crystal clear. These are dangerous practices for our students. While I believe people overwhelmingly have the best of intentions, we cannot ignore the harm that is inflicted on students by using these practices. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matthew Merritt. I'm calling from Traverse City. And I wanted to address the board today. Last week I sent an email to each of the board members specifically to address restraint and seclusion in our school system. It's by law, it's a prohibited practice, but it still finds its way into use, which is really for any individual, it's just not appropriate, and for any student in our school system, it's a very negative impact on those children. The story I shared with you last week is one of my son who experienced restraint and seclusion, and the issue that we have is it's very damaging. It's in terms of anxiety, emotional distress. It sets the child back quite a distance from everyone else in his school setting, and so with these restraints and seclusions happening in the school systems, it's just an unacceptable use of the practice, regardless of being part of well, if they consider it part of their CPI or an absolute necessity. It just really is not appropriate in our school system. And, this is something that, we need to have, the board here discuss revisions to the existing law to have it banned entirely and have no wiggle room for schools to use such practice in their day-to-day activities. It's harmful for the children, their anxiety, their emotional distress, the absolute concern from the parents is outrageous. That's really where I want to leave it with the board is the board needs to take a look at this and really understand how can the board address this and look after our children. Really, that's all I have to say, and really thank you for your time and everything you do for the state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discuss revisions to the existing law to have.
Hello, if I may please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments, and if you can mute your YouTube feed in the background, that'd be awesome.
Hi, yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Gail Martin. I live in Oakland Township. I'm here to speak about recent book challenges. Lately at board meetings, we've been hearing people read aloud passages from books that they find offensive. So I'd like to read something I find offensive. This is from a website connected with the group Moms for Liberty. The website's called booklook.info, and this is a plan of action from that site. Quote, one, take our book presentations that are of a high level of pornographic content and place 10 or less on one list. 2, give to school board along with an email that these are one-page snippets, and you'll be happy to send a full report on each book if requested. 3, start releasing one a day to your Facebook feed or websites. 4, wait a week or 2. Follow up with an email offering again to send full reports along with any assistance you can offer and ask what progress has been made. 5, go to next board meeting and ask publicly about progress. If you have brave volunteers, attempt to read some passages from these books and ask if the board thinks this is okay for minors. 6, recruit readers. Help us grow the reports. 7, vote them out next election if they refuse to work on this issue, end quote. This probably sounds familiar, but it is notable for what it is not. This is not a plan of action to help parents navigate how to make a genuine challenge to materials that their own kids have been given in school. It does not mention transparency or parental rights or even protecting children. It does not mention anything at all about the policies and procedures already in place in most public schools for parents to challenge curriculum. In fact, it doesn't mention students or education at all. What we are seeing happening here and all over the state is not a grassroots group of concerned parents. This is an action plan publicized by a politically motivated group to create controversy in public schools as a campaign strategy. The final step in the plan, after all, is vote them out, not protect our kids. Like the majority of voters, I'm certainly opposed to the schools removing books from libraries for many reasons, including that it very well may be unconstitutional. But I'm not offended when parents make good faith challenges to materials through the proper channels already provided to them in their own districts. That is their right. It's their responsibility. What I am offended by is the disingenuous politicizing of our public schools by groups that have no qualms about making our children political pawns. And that's the real outrage to me. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Given in school. It does not.
If you will please mute your YouTube in the back and then give me your name and where you're calling from and your 3 minutes of comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie McElvaney. I'm calling from Monroe, Michigan. Last week, this board sat there for an hour listening to sexually explicit pornographic material being read that came directly out of your Michigan schools, and yet you did nothing to stop it. You claim we can't ban books, freedom of speech. You know darn well nobody is asking for books to be banned. That's a bold-faced lie. It's simply a way for you to ignore the fact that you are pushing sexually inappropriate material onto children. It's funny that the same people trying to ban these books or to keep these books in schools are the ones that so proudly wanted to ban Dr. Seuss. These are the same people who cheer when a conservative is censored or banned from social media, yet cry and demand these books instructing children on how to have anal sex stay in the school libraries. Make sure you take a shit before you do it, or it will be gross. Make sure he lubes you up with his fingers first so it doesn't hurt. Make sure he slides it in slowly and keeps it in there until the pain stops. And if you switch holes, make sure you switch condoms. Have you people lost your minds? Or do you have a specific agenda that involves grooming the minds of children away from what their family wants and into a lifestyle of pornography addiction? So the next ridiculous defense you guys use is that children in the LGBTQ community or children from different ethnic backgrounds need to see themselves in these books. Again, that is just an excuse. These books are being challenged because of the sexual content, having nothing to do with homosexuality or different cultures. So you think a book talking about a little girl licking her daddy's dick while the white stuff drips off of it after he pumps her pussy, while her mommy shoves her head down to her stinky pussy and tells her to lick it, will help a black student feel welcomed in society just because the character in the book is black? Or do you think a homosexual child will feel more welcomed in society if he reads a book talking about how a gay teenage boy raped his younger male cousin by telling him to get on all fours and suck his dick and then proceeded to force anal sex on him? That's how you think children in the LGBTQ community need to be represented? You people are insane. And then you go on to say that people who have been sexually abused need to see themselves in these books. So if you were sexually abused, you would want to sit and read explicit detail about rape while you're knowing that your fellow students were all reading it with you. So you're a sexual assault victim and you want to read a book about daddy pushing his 7-year-old daughter down on bed while he's telling her that what he's going to do is make her feel good while he lifts her nightie over her stomach, licks her torso down to her thoroughbred thighs and her naked V. You must be one sick individual to think that this would help the sexual assault victim. You all know this is wrong. All of the previous speakers from the left know this is wrong, even based off their extremely low standards. However, their continued goal in life is to fight with the right, even at the expense of children. You need to swallow your pride and admit these books have no place in the school system, or you are admitting to being complicit with children being taught how to do a good blowjob, how to have good, clean anal sex, and how to enjoy having their pussy licked like a cat, licking cream from a bowl. Basically, if you don't admit this stuff is wrong, there's no other way to put it. You are a sick pervert.
Next caller, please.
You're a sexual assault victim.
If you can please mute the YouTube in the background, that'd be awesome. And give me your name, where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Yes, my name is Renee, and I'm from Kalamazoo County, Michigan. Books exposing sexual content will graphically show blowjob, sex, masturbating, and more being exposed. What literal value does genderqueer have? This story could have been told in a way that was not grossly sexually explicit. Did you know that per Amazon, genderqueer reading age is 18 plus, but let you have it in high schools, which is 13 years old and up? Books by Colleen Hoover in Michigan schools. Did you know that this author rated her own books? This one's called Virility. She rates, wow, very mature and dark. This is not the only book of hers in Michigan schools. These are rated by the author as mature, 17 plus. Ugly Love, Layla, Confess, and more. How is it that the author rates these books as too explicit for minors, but yet somehow they are allowed in Michigan schools for kids 13 plus? This book is gay. It promotes the use of online dating apps like Grindr. It reads that these sites allow you to meet up with other LGBT people to have coffee, dinner, or just plain old sex. It even gives step-by-step instructions on how to use sex apps. It even reads, if you are that horny, set up a sex meet or sex trick to see if you fancy them, then take them home if you do. This is disturbing in many ways. The internet is a hotspot for predators, and yet you feel that students as young as 13 need to know how to solicit sex online. Shame on you for allowing this in our students' minds. Once they have seen this, it cannot be unseen. Most of these apps have a minimum age 18 to use. Do you know that these books actually instruct the readers to use porn? The words are in the books. Read them. These books are read entirely by parents across the country. I've personally read several of these books myself. They are not age appropriate. I'm asking for a rating system to be put into place like movies, TV, video games, and apps. Why are you continuously ignoring parental rights? Why are you asking school staff to hide things from parents? And before you say, no, this is not happening, let's just ask the LGBTQ student project sponsored by the Michigan Department of Education. Kim Phillips Nope says, first, students have privacy rights. Schools do not have legal obligations to tell their parents that a student goes by a different name or pronouns other than their legal name. She also goes on to instruct the teacher in the video how to hide what names, pronouns the student is going by during parent-teacher conferences. You can find this video and others like it on Rumble, Restoring Ottawa. Start focusing on the learning loss in reading and math and stop sexualizing our kids. I support the Mom's Liberty resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, and if you'll give me your name and where you're calling from, and then please do your 3 minutes of comments, that would be awesome. Thanks for calling.
Hi, my name is Daniela Cantos. I'm from Brownstown, Michigan. I was at a school board meeting at Trenton High School at the school board and was pretty astounded by the material that I'm reading and hearing that's in our school library or our Chromebooks. There were grandparents there, there was a dad there, and another gentleman there. And they weren't even there for that. And they actually spoke up after they found out exactly what was in these books. There should be no reason that pornography should be in any school district, period. I don't know if you guys understand this, but, you know, you all are going to be accounted for by God. And when you take God out of the school and you put the devil back in, this is what's going to happen. You're putting pornography in children. That's illegal. It's unconstitutional. It's disgusting. It's just evil. I don't understand why you guys are even having a discussion about it. It should be taken out immediately. This whole inclusion, diversity nonsense, I'm sorry. If you have children that have all these other issues, that's fine. Talk about it with your own child. Don't be bringing my child into it. My child goes to school to learn reading, math, science, and social studies. That's it. I don't need to have her learning sex. I don't need her knowing what sucking someone's dick is about or getting date raped and having a detailed, explicit reading on what it feels like to be date raped. I'm sorry, that's between a parent and a child to talk to. Nobody else. You are not the parents. The school districts and the school board should be stopping this immediately. I cannot even believe that the filth is in our schools. These are for children. You know, it's a sin to watch pornography, but you're putting pornography in the school. You're putting it in their school and in their reading and in their assignments on their Chromebooks in their school library. How is that acceptable or legal? How are you guys not taking this seriously? Why are you bringing in these doctors and these inclusion diversity people? This is, it's black and white here. There's no gray here. It needs to stop. It's illegal to have pornography in school, period. You should not be discussing sex with minors unless the parent agrees. That means you need to opt in. Not everyone should have to worry about opting out. Parents don't even know what's going on in the schools. You guys are doing things the wrong way. And we were founded under God principles, okay? So why are we going through Satan principles right now? Why is this even a discussion? You all need to understand you're going to be held accountable to God one day. And it needs to stop what you guys are doing to the children because it's ruining their brains. Okay? You're going to end up having more date rapes. You're going to have more gay people, more, all of this. It needs to stop. More sex, more pregnancies. What are you wanting to do with these books? What do you think is going to happen when kids are reading these books?
Time is up.
Their minds
Thank
are not
you for
even
calling.
developed.
Next caller, please. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments? Thanks.
Hi, my name is Suzanne, and I'm calling from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm calling today to show my support for our schools, teachers, and librarians. I support students having access to diverse books in their schools and libraries. Banning books, no matter how you would phrase it otherwise, is wrong. Books that speak to experiences outside of what may be that of your children are vital to raising children with an understanding of a world beyond their home, city, or country. It is vital to raising children who can empathize with struggles of people who are different from themselves. Let's start with our educators. We are all aware of the nationwide teacher shortage we are experiencing, only exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. Teachers are stressed, overworked, and underpaid, and now they're being told how to do their job and what they can and cannot teach by people with no formal education or experience in education. I think we can all agree that nobody likes being told how to do their job. We're alienating people who just want to help children learn and grow and make this world a better place. We are politicizing teaching at a cost to our children's education, emotional and physical well-being, and future. I've heard comments from previous meetings about how books addressing gender identity and sexuality only confuse already confused children. I have never met someone who was swayed to change their sexuality or gender identity as a result of a book they have read. The fact that you're concerned about your child being quote unquote turned gay or trans in and of itself is problematic, as it tells children who are queer that that's a bad thing. Who I have met is people who were raised in environments where not being straight or cisgendered was demonized, as I hear some folks doing in these very meetings. Could you imagine as a child being told something that you believe about who you are as a person is wrong or shouldn't be exposed to other children because it's problematic? These attitudes create trauma that can last a lifetime. To say gender identity and sexuality conversations don't belong in schools is living in denial. As an earlier speaker said, gender identity can form at a very young age as well as sexuality. I have multiple queer friends who say they knew they were gay, trans, or simply different because they didn't have a word for it yet, since they were 5, 11, 14. Whether you like it or not, kids, especially middle and high school kids, are thinking and talking about all of these things. Giving them education and materials to answer their questions or find clarity or just to feel seen is crucial. I've also heard comments against teaching critical race theory, that it's divisive. First of all, I can promise you very, very few children, if any, are truly being taught critical race theory, as it is more than just discussing the existence of racism in America today during 1 or 2 periods of U.S. history. Second of all, this country is divided racially in so many ways. It is no longer the law of the land, yes, but in practice, it happens in schools, neighborhoods, medical care, environmentally, and pretty much every other facet of American life. To deny its existence denies the opportunity to fix it, as well as the opportunity to learn from our mistakes. It's impossible to escape the many ways in which we are all exposed to incorrect portrayals of our BIPOC neighbors, and we all hold implicit biases.
Thank you for calling. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Yeah, just 1 second, please. I'm just trying to get to a safe place to read this. I had to wait like 3 different times where you guys cut me out. Okay, I will read now. It's Tammy Gombar. And can I start now?
Yes.
Okay, Tammy Gombar. I have a few questions for the board. How does having pornography books or whatever in schools increase literacy rates or academics? How does teaching young children comprehensive sex education improve academics or performance? How does having biological boys compete against girls benefit girls? How is it okay to take away private bathrooms and locker room spaces away from girls and diminish their right to privacy and safety? Where is the evidence-based data demonstrating all the time spent in SEL with CRT ideologies improving academic performances? I would like to know why you, the Michigan State Board of Education, have done absolutely nothing at all, with the exception of Nikki Snyder and Tom McMillan, after we, the parents of Michigan, discussed all of these above topics last meeting for over an hour's time. We the concerned parents, read to you all of these pornographic novels, yet well knowing that you have complete knowledge that this literature is proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be in hundreds of Michigan public schools across Michigan, you've still done nothing to remove these grooming materials. We watched you very carefully when you read these books to you. The entire board was very uncomfortable. We watched you squirm. See if the grown adults don't want to be exposed to these books. Why should children be exposed to these books? I ask you this, why? This is now officially on public record, and you, the Michigan State Board of Education, has clearly broken state, federal, and international laws at this point by exposing pornographic literature to minors. The next question I have is, when will the sheriff's office be placing this entire Michigan State Board of Education members and staff under arrest for being complicit in giving pornographic materials to minors, with the exception of Nikki Snyder and Tom McMillan, the only ones on the board that seem to be supporting parents and their concerns. This complicit Michigan State Board member should be labeled of what they are, and this would be a groomer. Definition of a groomer. Child grooming is befriending and establishing emotional connections with a minor and sometimes the child's family to lower the child's inhibitions with the objective of sexual abuse. Child grooming is also regularly used to lure minors into various illicit businesses such as child trafficking, child prostitution, cybersex trafficking, or other productions of child pornography. I would conclude by this definition that you, Michigan State School Boards, are grooming children into lifestyles that is of their choosing rather than the family's choosing. That they are grooming children into a lifestyle that is full of anxiety, depression, sin, and overt sexuality. You, the board, are trying to mold the minds of American children into complete opposite of what the families want for them. Maybe you as a board member should reconsider your actions because they will have consequences, because you are currently violating the Constitution and laws placed in Michigan. Judges won't look the other way when lawsuits from parents start piling up in courtrooms and parents keep complaining. We are not stopping to fight for our children. I don't know when you forgot this, but your job is a servant to we the people, by the people, and for the people. I suggest you start to humble yourself and remember your place. You work for we the people of Michigan. Stop harming God's children.
Your time is up. Next caller, please.
Judge and your jury
Next
and guarantee
caller,
you that he is
Thank you,
when it
ma'am.
comes to children.
Thank
Praise
you.
God. Amen. Hello.
Hi. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Stop harming God's children, because he will ultimately be your judge and jury and can guarantee you that.
Mike, this is a repeat caller. Please end the call.
Praise God above. Amen.
Mike, thank you. Is there another caller on the line who has previously registered to provide public comment? Or have we exhausted all the callers? I'm not sure if you're trying to communicate with us, Mike. You're muted. Maybe we're having technical difficulties.
No, there are more callers.
There are more. Great. Hi, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Hi, my name is Stacy. I'm calling from Monroe. First, I'd like to start out by saying that if I was to buy one of these books and give it to a minor, I could get in trouble for distributing pornographic material to children. So I don't understand why this material would be allowed in our public school libraries. I'm going to read a couple excerpts from a book called The Nowhere Girls by Amy Reed. It's rated 4 out of 5. Not for minors. There are profanity, bitch, 6 times, fuck, 47 times. I'm going to start on page 9. In a very different neighborhood, a very different girl closes her eyes and lets go. Feels the boy's head between her legs, painting pleasure on her body with her tongue, just like she taught him. Page 46. Virgins count double, he says. Most of the guys laugh. Start with the freshmen. They're the easiest. Page 62. I'm 15 and I'm about to make out with one of the most popular seniors in school. I'm not even sure he knows my name, even though his body is so heavy on top of mine. And I can't move. I can't breathe. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to push, but my wrists are pinned down. My pants are off. And it's too late. It's too late to say no. Her last solid memory is pain, then black, then nothing, then brief gasp for air, tiny moments, bright flashes in the darkness. Memories surface like tight bubbles. Hands, bed, pain, fear, a searing inevitability. A life taken and redefined. Stillness, a heavy blanket of flesh, unmoving. She lets herself hope it is over. Then movement, his voice. Did you lock the door? Another voice, yeah, no one is coming. His voice, you ready, Enos, or are you going to be a pussy? Another voice, she knows this voice. Everybody knows Eric Jordan's voice. Fuck, Enos, it's my turn. A rhyme for children. 1, 2, 3, how many can there be? A thought, I'm going to die. Rocking, thrashing, a violent feel. Then more, so much more than can possibly be imagined. A voice, turn on the lights, man, I want to see her. A hand on her mouth, shoving her voice back inside. She sees nothing, she is dying. She is dead. She is a whale carcass being torn apart by eels at the bottom of the sea. A voice, fuck, she's puking. A voice, just turn her over. It is morning and she is only mostly gone. Her hair is caked with puke. She hurts all over. She hurts inside. The floor is littered with crumpled clothes and a half a dozen used condoms. How vile, this tiny sliver of gratitude. They only destroyed, they did not plant anything alive inside her. Bodies all over the place, bodies everywhere. People who didn't make it home last night. All these people down here.
Thank
Well,
you for
she was
calling.
drowning.
Your time is up.
More than possibly be a voice.
Caller, if you can please mute the YouTube in the background, tell me your name and where you're from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments, that would be good.
Great, thank you. Yes, my name is Sean Archer. I'm calling from Brighton. I'm speaking today as a parent with 4 children in public schools. I chose public schools for my kids' education over homeschooling, parochial, or private schools because I wanted my children exposed to many different ways of thinking and living life in this country. I do not understand why teachers in schools have become the latest target of some politicians and a small group of parents. I found that most teachers love teaching and care deeply for our kids. Now, I don't always agree with my children's teachers on every topic, but I do fully respect their education and experience. My concern today is the talk of challenging certain books in our schools. When has limiting access to information ever been a good idea? Teachers are educated on the developmental stages of kids, so books are selected carefully for each age. In my experience, anytime a challenging book will be covered in the classroom, a note is sent home, and parents can always opt their child out of the book. If this is an option, why do other parents' values get to dictate what my child reads? When I have been unfamiliar with a book offered by the teacher, I read the book and make an educated decision to see if I felt my teacher or my child was ready for the information. Parents always have this choice. If we're looking at books in the school library, why would we limit access to age-appropriate books for all kids? Parents can always limit their own child's exposure to material. One of my kids is autistic. I want him to see books about autistic kids. I want his brothers to see books about autistic kids, and I want his friends, kids who don't like him, and even kids who don't know him to see books about autistic kids. That makes the school and the world a more understanding place for my son and individuals like him. I imagine kids who have any disability, kids who are BIPOC, kids who are LGBTQ, kids who are from divorced homes, from religions, who are adopted, kids who are in foster care. All kids want to read stories about people like themselves and their families and loved ones simply want the same thing. Books are a wonderful way to learn about someone different than yourself. Why would we want to limit that in our public schools? Now, I do understand it's difficult when a teacher shares values in the classroom different than your own. One of my kids has a teacher who very likely has different politics than myself. In fact, I strongly disagree with some opinions that have been shared in the classroom. How do I handle this? My son comes home, we discuss the class. I encourage my son to research the information himself. I consider the teacher a partner in my son's education. I hope between myself and this teacher, my son learns to think through all sides of an issue. Again, that's why I chose public school. If I wanted my kids to repeat my opinions, I would have chosen to homeschool. I want my kids exposed to different ideas and to be challenged. Please don't limit any kid's education because a few parents are trying to determine what's acceptable for other families. Please don't limit kids' thinking, reading, and researching. Let kids learn about the world around them and give teachers the freedom to get back to teaching. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Hello, caller. If I may have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Hi, my name is Carrie Zhao, and I live and vote in Oakland County. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that again, I live and vote in Oakland County. My children are in the Birmingham School District, and I just want to voice support for our librarians, teachers, and educators in their selection of diverse materials. Our family trusts the schools, librarians, and teachers to use their trained experience and professional discretion in choosing quality titles for students to choose from. I know that if I have a specific concern about my child reading a certain book, the schools have policies and procedures in place for me to voice my concern, and the schools will respect my parental choices for my child as they always have. I'm upset that other citizens want to take that parental choice away from me. And I'm upset that my tax dollars are being impeded by this nonsense, and in some cases, bullying and harassment to not only your board, but other local school boards all around the state. These public comments against specific books are not data-driven, accurate surveys, or proper samples of public opinion, because the population sample is wildly biased and weighted toward parents that make calling in and harassing boards a habit. Plenty of working professionals in white-collar, blue-collar, or service industries cannot participate in these call-in wars. They trust their elected boards, superintendents, and trained professionals in education to make most educational decisions because they are busy working to put food on the table. It's not a good look on groups encouraging parents to believe in swaths of nefarious lies about the average teacher or educator. Many thanks go out to the parents I am hearing in this meeting that are speaking up with a voice of reason and calm. We can raise our children in awareness and, again, with diverse materials. I am so upset that other parents are trying to take my parenting rights away from me and my husband, as we are already monitoring and discussing content with our own kids and preparing them for the world around us as developmentally appropriate. Let the educators do their jobs, and the good news is they are available to work with. Ask any teacher or librarian at the end of the school year. They have built bonds and trust in their classrooms and with their parents, and they miss our kids when they leave for the summer. They help our kids remember their lunch, tie their shoes, get them first aid, apply for college, and they ask them about their aspirations in life. They want the best for our kids. And this talk is so hurtful to the vast
Thank you for
majority
calling.
of
Your
professionals.
time has expired.
Thank you
you.
so much.
Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments? Is there a caller on the line? Caller, we have several people waiting to give comments. One last try. Are you on the line? Next caller, please.
I'm sorry. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Reen Mokin, Wayne County.
Please begin comments.
Okay.
And mute the YouTube in the background, please.
Okay, I'll just close it. Okay, I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to hear me today. I just want to talk about the inappropriate books that are in our school libraries across the state of Michigan. It's alarming. It's porno, graphic details, graphic pictures, promoting sexual acts, rape, incest, the list goes on. When did it become okay to have pornographic materials in school? Is the goal to normalize any and all sexual acts? I have one book. I'm going to leave out the totally inappropriate words. It's a book called Push. It's an extreme detailed account of rape and molestation of a child by both parents, and educational about going into this kind of detail, and it's almost trying to somehow convey normalization and to the level of detail. And so this is just I'm just going to read you a quick excerpt from it. And it says, and it's the dad is having sex with a daughter. Pump my pee in and out. I come. He bite me hard. A hump. He slaps his hips into me hard. But my pee poppin' like grease in a frying pan. So that's not even sharing a story. This is totally inappropriate. It's porno. It's in our schools. And I don't know how it happened, but it needs to get out. I mean, there's countless books and examples, pictures, how to hook up with people. It's not appropriate. It's not educational, and it's not appropriate to be in our school libraries, and it needs to come out. This isn't about opening our thoughts to new ideas. This is porno, straight up porno. And I wanted to share that, and I think that we're not talking about even on the line stuff. If any parent thinks that it's appropriate to have that level of detail, and that's in all kinds of books. There's pictures that show you how to do acts. There's even, this is where you can go and hook up with people to do these acts. And this is not healthy for our children. And we need to get those books out of our schools because they go way over the line. And I don't know what more to say than that. And I thank you for listening to me, and I would appreciate it.
Thank you for calling. Your time is up.
Take it seriously.
May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments?
Hi, this is Ashley Boatman. I am a community organizer with Michigan Education Justice Coalition. I am in Monroe County, Michigan. MEJC had a press release yesterday to discuss our Esser Fund recommendations. MEJC surveyed Michiganders statewide via an online survey from April to July 2021. And 5 key areas were identified through those survey results. Those top 5 wants identified are as follows: mental health support, special education, early childhood education, family support services, and overcoming technology gaps that COVID clearly exacerbated. 5 areas that were identified as important were the needs for inclusive curriculum, career readiness, facility and infrastructure funding, after-school programs, and trauma response training. MEJC's recommendations for Esser funds is as follows: hiring and developing family engagement coordinators to help empower families to use available resources, implementing restorative practices, wellness, preparedness, and response, teaching tools, air quality improvements, and increased staffing to help with classroom technology and infrastructure. The shortages of educators we are experiencing are understandable, but hopefully something that we can get through and work to address these needs. Mental health support, evidence-based social and emotional learning, resilience and sensitivity programs, classrooms that promote leadership building and mental wellness, student, family, and staff mental health resources, professional development around trauma, early warning sign systems, and library resources, substitute teacher hiring incentives, retention incentives, and sign-on bonuses. To learn more, please go to michiganedjustice.org. MEJC will also be hosting a statewide school board candidate forum on October 27th. As a mom of a 7th grader and a kindergartner, I personally advocate in my community for my children and surrounding many of these recommendations. My youngest son turned 3 a month before the world shut down due to the pandemic. As you can imagine, kindergarten has been a big adjustment for him, as well as many of his classmates, which is why I advocated and supported the need for a social and emotional learning curriculum to help facilitate and foster a more understanding and inclusive environment in our schools, especially for our young children who barely know a world without COVID protocols and safety measures, and unfortunately much of the polarization that has taken place in response. My oldest son struggles with anxiety and depression due to trauma that he has endured. This is something that every year I have to repeat to his teachers to try to help them understand his learning disability. While most teachers are receptive and understanding, there have been some that are not. This is why I believe it is important for professional development training around trauma, so that students like my 7th grader are better understood and his needs are met so that he can be successful now and in his future. Understanding trauma will with all that we have endured over the last 2+ years now due to COVID is essential for most, if not all, of our students. I also do not support the book banning.
Thank you for calling. Please give me your name, where you're calling from, and provide your comments. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. My name is Dave Rosenfeld. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm a resident of Saline, and I have 2 kids who are proud members of the LGBT plus community and are currently attending Ann Arbor Public Schools. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
I can hear you. Please continue.
Okay. I just wanted to speak here today to express my deep concern about the war that is currently being waged against LGBT plus youth in legislatures and in public school districts across the country, including right here in Michigan. This war, and I do not use that word lightly, is being waged in part by far-right and religious extremists who do not even believe in the legitimate existence of LGBT plus kids like mine. And yet, they want to be able to dictate what can and can't be taught to all of our kids in our public schools. The policies and practices these folks demand do not only violate settled principles of separation of church and state that run to the very core of our nation, and they do not only violate Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, and they not only run counter to best practices and to your own guidance, but they will, if instituted, cause grave harm to many Michigan public school students. And it is you who are charged not only with protecting, but also with educating all of our kids. So I implore you, do not succumb to the pressure of these extremists, and instead employ best practices and continue to work diligently to put structural supports in place for LGBT plus students and families in each and every public school throughout our great state. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
The policies and practices these
If you can
folks
please
demand
mute the YouTube in the background. Thank you. And give me your name and where you're calling from and provide your comments.
Hi. Sorry. My name is Lauren Glass. I'm calling from East Lansing, Michigan. I have a kindergartner in public schools and I have a preschooler. And I'm calling today to show my support for our public school teachers and libraries. I support students having access to diverse books and trust the schools and librarians and teachers to use their professional discretion in choosing quality titles for the students to choose from. I know, excuse me. I know that if I have a concern or if any parent has a concern about their child reading a certain book, the schools have policies in place to voice their concerns, and that schools will respect parental choices. I don't want other citizens to be to take away my rights to have my child exposed to all of the different viewpoints and ideas in the various books that are available at school. I also would like to add my support for the LGBTQA plus community. The kids that in this community need to be protected in schools, and teachers and school staff. It's important that they support them and protect them. And on a separate note, I also wanted to encourage the board to consider adding the COVID-19 vaccine to the list of required vaccines for students. I'm not sure how much say they have in that decision, but I know there is a whole list of vaccinations that are required for kids to go to public schools, and I think that we should be adding this vaccine, the COVID vaccine, at this time, as it is very important for bringing this pandemic to an end. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for calling. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments? Thanks.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Alexa Adi. I'm calling from Grand Rapids. I'm a mother of 3. I have 3 children in our public school system here in Grand Rapids. And I'm 100 against banning books. But that's not what this is about. This is about having appropriate reading material in our schools for our children. This should be not even a thing worth anybody's time to talk about. Explicit material should not be in school. The kids have ample opportunities at home with their phones, internet, to look at this information or books or whatever if they want to. And if their parents want to buy them the books, fine, they can go get that, or they can get them at the library. But there's no reason for this stuff to be in schools. Schools need to focus on math, reading, science, and get our kids' grades and scores back up instead of the failing levels that they are at now in Michigan, especially Grand Rapids Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments? Thank you.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Kylie Zink. I'm calling from Dundee, Michigan. I'm speaking today because, quite frankly, you guys, I'm disgusted with what's going on in our schools. I send my kids to school, for an education. I don't send them to school to read sexually explicit books, for graphic sex ed, or to have my girl's privacy in the bathroom invaded by a boy. And before somebody tells me to take my kids to a private school, I don't have that luxury. I don't have the luxury of being able to homeschool. The insane amount of taxes that come out of my paycheck that I work my hind end off for goes to public schools, and I should feel good about sending my kids there. I kindly request that somebody from the board answers the following questions for me. Number 1, how does having sexually explicit books in school increase literacy rates and improve academic performance? How does teaching young children comprehensive sex ed improve academic performance? How does having biological males compete against females benefit girls? How is it okay to take private bathroom and locker room spaces away from girls and boys and diminish their right to privacy and safety? And where is the evidence-based data demonstrating all of the time and the money spent on SEL and CRT ideologies improve performance? Not to mention all of the schools out there that are keeping secrets from parents. They have absolutely no right to hide alternative names and pronouns from parents. I understand that the thought behind this is that some students need an adult in a safe space, and that's fine. But tell me how hiding stuff from parents is creating a safe space. It doesn't. It creates divisiveness and tension and further strains the relationship between the parent and the child. It doesn't do anybody any good. Our state board is failing us. While everyone is worrying about indoctrinating kids and making sure that we have litter boxes in our bathrooms for the kids that identify as cats, literacy rates are going down. Test scores are dropping dramatically. Michigan ranks 6th out of 48 states for spending on education, yet it ranks 47th for SAT scores. Let that sink in. I'll say it again, you're failing us. You're failing our children, and the focus needs to shift away from this junk and move back to basics. And this is exactly why I'm running for school board in my district. If you are not going to fight for my kids, I have to. In the meantime, please consider your actions. Please consider removing these sexually explicit books from our library. It's not a book ban, and it's not an infringement on our amendment. These books don't belong in school libraries. If you want your children to read this material, you can take them to a public library or buy your kids these books on Amazon. If you have to push sex ed on our kids, consider an opt-in program and not an opt-out program. Add in the sexuality and gender resolution to your meeting agenda. We need change. And to the select few on the board that are genuinely worried about our children.
Thank you for
calling.
calling. Your time is up.
Agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your 3 minutes of comments? And if you'll please mute the YouTube feed in the background, that would be helpful.
Okay, hold on 2 seconds. Oh. I thought there'd be some kind of warning, right? No.
I'm your warning.
You're my warning. I'm right there. I love it.
You ready to go?
I'm ready. Good
Okay.
afternoon. My name is... Oh.
Go ahead. Give me your name and where you're from and provide your comments.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Lage. I live in Fenton, Michigan. And before I even make my point, I want to compliment the board on its level of professionalism and dedication as you listen to all the public comments. I worked as a public school teacher for more than 35 years. I'm a parent to one grown daughter who is a voracious reader. I believe in democracy, and I do vote in most every election, local, state, and national. I adamantly support students having access to diverse books, and I trust that schools, librarians, and teachers use their professional judgment and discretion when choosing quality titles for students to have available. When individuals have concerns about their child reading a certain book, schools have policies and procedures in place for voicing parental concerns. I'm disturbed that people want to take away choice by dictating which books all students do or do not have access to. Books offer a wide variety of information and not always that's not always readily available. Schools and libraries must stock a full complement of text to support students and individuals as they read, learn, and experience history and future growth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling. All of the callers have had an opportunity to speak. We thank you all for calling, and this concludes public comment at 3:16 p.m.
Thank you, board. Thank you, community. Thank you to those who shared with the board. The next item on the Committee of the Whole agenda is presentation on responses of traditional public school districts and public school academies to Financial Freedom of Information Act request. This presentation is an update on the State Board of Education's Freedom of Information Act request of select traditional public school districts and public school academies. Presenters will share a summary of the FOIA request, which was on the topic of district financial reporting, and the information received from traditional school districts and PSAs or charter schools in response. We welcome our presenters, Mr. Carrigaro, Deputy Superintendent, Division of Finance and Operations, Ms. Alice-Ann Shrewsbury, Special Assistant in the Office of the Superintendent, and Mr. Christopher May, Financial Specialist, the Office of Financial Management. There will be a PowerPoint presentation. This is an informational presentation. No board action is required. Presenters, welcome. Thank you for your forbearance. I beg your pardon. Board President.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody, because it's been a long time since we've had this conversation, so kind of why this is coming before the board. This project stems from a presentation to the State Board of Education that we received in April of 2021. As you may recall, Dr. Gary Myron from Western Michigan University presented on 2 policy reports from himself and the National Education Policy Center. One report, part of the report, caught our attention, and that was a description of the lack of response to FOIA requests sent to charter school boards. And to quote that report, he said, "If we did not receive responses from our information requests, we sent out Freedom of Information Act requests to the public school boards for charters and some districts. Unfortunately, we typically receive less than a 30% response to the FOIA requests. While the public charter schools are required to respond to FOIAs, the EMOs are private companies or organizations, and they cannot be compelled to share information about their operations, products, major customers, clients, and services. When we sent FOIAs to the public charter school boards, it was common for a response to be sent by the EMOs, often stating that they were not required to respond." Following up on this, Dan Quisenberry, on behalf of MAPSA, sent a letter to Superintendent Rice in which he addressed the transparency and public access to information from charter management organizations. And that letter states in part, quote, "To be clear, charter schools are subject to every provision of the Open Meetings Act and Freedom of Information Act. The presenter attempted to cloud that issue and tried to leave the impression that charter schools either don't comply with FOIA requests or don't have to comply with FOIA requests. This is simply not true." So obviously there was a disconnect between the research and an organization, and so this board decided to kind of put the issue to the test once and for all. So we approved a motion last year that said, quote, the state board's legislative committee recommends that the full State Board of Education direct the Michigan Department of Education to research and prepare prior to the end of the summer Freedom of Information Act request of a cross-section of public school academies and education management organizations to help ascertain the extent to which PSAs and EMOs hold and are held to the same standards of financial transparency as traditional public schools. A subcommittee of the board has been working with the department on this project, and today's presentation will outline the results of this endeavor. And I just want to say on a personal note, this was a huge amount of work, and I will recognize that again at the end of this presentation, but I just want to note that there's been a tremendous amount of work that's gone into this, and thank you for that.
Thank you, President Ulbrich. Presenters, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rice and Dr. Ulbrich. You took one of my slides, so you've got us going in the presentation already. So just a quick level setting. As we go through the presentation today, traditional public school districts and public school academies can consist of single building or multiple school buildings. Our presentation today focuses on district level information, which includes all buildings of a district. What Dr. Ulbrich just shared as kind of background was what I was going to share here on this slide, and she did a much better job than I could, so thank you for doing that. Before finalizing the FOIA request, the committee first wanted to understand some of the differences in operations and financial reporting between traditional districts and PSAs. One difference is that traditional school districts may not contract for instructional services except in certain circumstances defined in statute and state law. In general, traditional districts must employ the deliverers of instructional services directly. PSAs do not have a similar restriction and may contract for the PSA's teaching staff and other services up to and including the full operation of the PSA. There are also some differences in annual financial reporting, which Chris will explain in more detail.
The committee wanted to understand the financial reporting requirements for public school districts, so MDE staff reviewed the differences in reporting between traditional districts and PSAs, how the reporting differed based on different structures, and some of the reasons for those differences. We will provide more detail later in this presentation, but in summary, all districts are required to submit an annual comprehensive financial data report to the department, also known as the FID, and an annual financial audit report in the form of independently audited financial statements. Because of the differences in structures between the two types of districts and the laws regarding contracting for instructional services, the reporting for traditional districts and PSAs may result in very different levels of detail within the financial reports. This results in PSAs often reporting purchase services across most expenditure categories without further detail, while no statutory requirement exists for management companies or other private vendors to submit financial reports to the state. Examples of these differences will be shown later in the presentation.
So as Dr. Ulbrich said, the committee asked to have a better understanding. Once they understood the data that we did have, they wanted to know more about the things that they didn't see because they weren't reported, the contracts that would not have been submitted as part of an existing financial report to the state. So the FOIA request that was developed sought copies of contracts for 5 different areas: a rental or lease of a facility, a food service management or vended meals contract, contract for custodial service vendors, and contracts for educational service providers or education management companies. And rather than survey all schools in the state, the committee chose to survey districts within several selected ISDs in order to receive a representative sample from a variety of regions of the state. So letters, FOIA letters, individually were sent out to the 278 districts. That was 112 traditional districts and 166 PSAs in Wayne, Oakland, Saginaw, Genesee, and Kent counties. Those districts ranged in size from 71 students to more than 55,000 students. I'm sorry, 55,000. And our response rate to the letters that we sent in our initial request for the traditional districts, we sent out 112 letters and initially received 93 responses, or 83% of those immediately responded.
We sent a second letter to the 19 traditional districts that did not respond to the first request, and that resulted in 13 more responses for a cumulative total of 95% response. And then finally, we sent a third letter to the remaining 6 districts, all of which responded for a 100% response rate. Within those responses, 3 of the responding districts did charge a fee, which is allowed under FOIL law, ranging from $21 to $96 to provide the information that we asked for. For the public school academies, we sent out 166 letters, and the initial response was 126 PSAs, or 76%. We sent out a letter to the remaining 40 and received 17 more responses for a cumulative total of 86% response. And then the third and final letter went out to the remaining 23 PSA districts. We received 11 more responses for an overall total response rate of 93%. 12 of the PSAs, or 7%, did not respond at all. And none of the PSAs charged a fee for their response. One thing that we did notice is when they were responding, and this was interesting as we received our data, that the formats varied significantly. We got a lot of email responses. Some of them came in as individual attachments. Some came in as multiple file attachments. Some came in one large digital file. Some were a link to an online repository where we had to download the information, and a few responded via email. So the information we got was not in a standardized format. It was very varied. And of the 5 types of contracts we collected, upon initial review, we didn't observe a broad variation among those within the food service, lawn care, and janitorial service categories. So we opted to focus our more detailed review on the facility and education service provider contracts. We received facility contracts from 22 of the 112 traditional districts and 105 of the 154 responding public school academies. Most traditional districts didn't provide a facility or rental contract because their buildings are publicly owned facilities. So when they did provide one, it was usually a rental lease contract for a smaller outbuilding or something used for accessory purposes. The PSA or rental contracts were usually provided for buildings used for instructional purposes. Not all of them provided contracts for leases, either because the PSA district owned the building or because the PSA was not the signatory on the lease contract. And the lease amounts ranged from $1 to more than $1 million annually. A review of those contracts showed a wide variation. There is not a standardized format for rental or lease contracts, nor in the way the terms of the lease are written. Rental or lease amounts could be a flat rate per month or per year. It could be a certain percentage of the district's revenue, such as 10% of state aid revenue. Some contracts list the lease amount as a base rate or a certain percentage of revenue, whichever is greater or lesser. So there really was a lot of variation in what we saw in those contracts. And what is included in the contract is also variable, making comparison difficult. Examples where some included utilities or real estate taxes, different outbuildings or accessory buildings. And then other influencing factors on the leases could include property size, location within the state, and the local real estate market.
Where traditional districts can propose local millages to help pay for infrastructure needs for publicly owned buildings. If approved by voters, this millage revenue can be used for infrastructure costs. If denied by voters, state aid or other unrestricted revenue must be used for these infrastructure costs. Conversely, PSAs have no taxing authority. PSAs must use their state aid and other restricted revenues to pay for infrastructure costs. Most PSAs do not own their facilities. The Michigan Finance Authority at the Michigan Department of Treasury provides a financing program specifically designed for PSAs with their particular needs in mind. The Public School Academy Project Finance Program provides PSAs with low-cost financing options to pay for various infrastructure-related costs. Districts that submitted educational service provider or management company contracts are highlighted here. 62 of 112 traditional districts, or 55%, submitted such contracts, and 142 of the 154 responding PSAs, or 92%, submitted these contracts as well. There are many differences among educational service provider and educational management organizations and how they operate. Management companies can be for-profit companies or nonprofit organizations. which leads to a variety of operational structures and models. PSAs in traditional districts may choose to outsource certain services, such as ground services or trash services, which create different economies of scale across PSAs and traditional districts. The department does not have authority over educational service providers or educational management companies. Current law provides this authority to local school boards of PSAs and traditional districts for oversight of these companies and contracts. As private companies, whether for-profit or nonprofit, educational service providers and educational management organizations are not subject to state FOIA laws. This slide further expands on slide 18 about the economies of scale that traditional districts and PSAs may create through contracts or MOUs with their intermediate school district for services such as special education services, English language learner support, and professional learning for educators. Educational management agreements are agreements with third-party management companies to provide some or all educational services. There are variations in how these contracts are written and how charges are estimated and applied.
As I mentioned earlier, annual financial reporting is completed by all school districts through the Financial Information Database, or FID system. Expenditures for traditional districts are reported across various categories, or what we call functions, that are further broken down into more specific details, or what we call objects. The illustration in this slide shows a sample of detail available for a given instruction-related function, further detail into benefit objects, and then an example of even further detail available across several subcategories of benefits. Similar detail is reported by all traditional districts and similarly for self-managed PSAs for all expenditures through numerous defined account codes and coding combinations. Financially, this is the typical structure that we see in a managed PSA, in which the management company handles the provision or further contracting of most or all services. In this arrangement, since the PSA entity is paying another entity for this purpose, those expenditures are all considered purchase services as opposed to being broken out across detailed salary, benefit, purchase service, supply, and capital outlay codes. In this example visualization of financial reporting for a PSA with a management company, most expenditures incurred are those between the PSA and its management company directly. Because the eventual expenses, such as staffing, benefits, and supplies, are not made by the PSA directly, but by the management company, the detailed breakdown of expenditure detail in that reporting is lost when the amounts are rolled up and reported as purchase services within each broad category or function, such as instruction, pupil support, administrative support, etc. There is an additional data file required in the FID system if 50% or more of a district's current operating expenditures are purchase services. This is commonly referred to as an ESP file, or Educational Service Provider file. Its contents are not subject to audit, and even if subjected to audit and fully verified, still may not provide the level of detail that is available from traditional districts reporting. And in this final example, these tables show the differences in expenditure data MDE may receive through FID reporting. These figures are for demonstration purposes only. This example shows $10,000 being spent on various expenditures in the instructional function. The traditional district's expenditures are detailed and broken out across several account codes and names, while the managed PSA reports the full amount of $10,000 under a single line of purchase services.
Some final thoughts as we wrap up here, Board. It is difficult to make an apples-to-apples comparison between traditional districts and PSAs. It is also difficult to identify trends among PSAs, even if they share the same management company, due to variation among management portfolios and services provided to the PSAs they serve. Financial data of most PSAs consists primarily of purchase services. These are unable to be verified with audited financial statements, as Chris just mentioned. Under current state reporting requirements, costs for the services provided to PSAs and educational management agreements are reported together as purchase services and financial reports, leading to a lack of detailed information, as compared to traditional districts, as you saw in the example that Chris just shared on slide 25. The information received as part of this project the board asked us to undertake was voluminous. However, it had limitations in that it was a sample of the whole and the responses were not provided in a uniform format. The data received appears to confirm previous observations about PSA financial reporting. When a PSA contracts with a management company, there is a level of financial detail that is lost in the financial reporting because the management company is not subject to the same financial reporting laws as traditional districts or self-managed PSAs. To better understand the information received from this SPE FOIA request, we suggest an external research partner with expertise in school finance review and analyze this information to determine if there's additional patterns or insights that can be gleaned from the information we received. With that, Dr. Rice, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, presenters. Board's comments or questions? Board members. Dr. Ulbrich, Ms. Lipton.
So again, I just want to reiterate how much I appreciate all the work that you guys have put into this. And in some ways, I think it demonstrated some of the frustration that we have in that, one, just getting information is very difficult. Two, it's hard to make comparisons because, and I knew this going into this because I live on these transparency icons all the time. And I could tell you that I can never find detailed budget information for most PSAs. Now, some of them do a decent job on that icon. Some of them have even put their check registry up there, which is amazingly helpful. But for the most part, you cannot find information, at least not in any detailed form. And so I think what we've demonstrated here really is that, and I'll let others talk before I ask questions about that. But before we get to that, I just wanted to make a point that all of these schools that we're talking about here are public schools. Every one of them is using our tax dollars to educate kids in the state of Michigan. And as a result, if you're going to take in tax dollars, then you have certain responsibilities that come with that. FOIA is one of them, and it should never take, I don't care if you're a traditional or a PSA, it should never take more than one ask to get a response back. I mean, just a response. Not even if it's a denial, but even an acknowledgement that you received a letter from anybody, much less the State Board of Education, asking you for information, it shouldn't take more than one ask to get that. And in some cases, it took 2, and in some cases, it took 3. And then for 12 schools, we still have not received even an acknowledgement that we have asked for information from these schools. And, you know, I know the department's not going to do this, but I am. I'm going to name the names of the schools that never responded, because I think it's in the interest of transparency, it's really important that folks understand that there are some schools in the state that literally didn't even have the interest in responding to a request from the State Board of Education, which they are legally required to do. It was when we sent them a FOIA. So the following charters did not respond to 3 separate FOIA requests from the State Board of Education. Linden Charter Academy of Flint, which is authorized by Central Michigan University. Flex High School of Michigan, also in Flint, and also authorized by Central Michigan University. Loris Academy of Southfield, which is authorized by Bay Mills Community College. Washington Parks Academy of Redford, which is authorized by Grand Valley State University. Legacy Charter Academy of Detroit, which is authorized by Grand Valley State University. Madison Carver Academy of Detroit, authorized by Grand Valley State University. Highland Park Public School Academy System in Highland Park, which is authorized by Highland Park City Schools. Cornerstone Jefferson Douglas Academy of Detroit, which is authorized by Grand Valley State University. Lincoln, King, and Adams Young Academies of Detroit, authorized by Grand Valley State University. Martin Luther King Jr. Education Center Academy of Detroit, which is authorized by Grand Valley State University. Canton Charter Academy of Canton, which is authorized by Central Michigan University. And Hamtramck Academy of Hamtramck, which is authorized by Bay Mills Community College. With the exception of there's one self-managed school in here, but all of the other districts have contracts that move between 93% and 100% of their budgets directly into a management company as purchase services, which, as you saw, you cannot decipher where those purchase services go once they go into there. And their purchase services account for over $66 million of public taxpayer money annually. So that's $66 million spread over these schools that we can't even get a request to a FOIA for. That's the end of my comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Albridge. Ms. Lipton.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So the information came from the public school academies back to us.
Ms. Lipton, if you could speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. So we went to the public school academies. Is it reasonable to then assume that this would be the very same information that's in the
So that you can be heard. We want to hear you.
that would be in the hands of the boards of those charter schools? In other words, I mean, I don't know if you could get any sense from what was sent back, but would it be reasonable to assume that the board of the charter school would be getting that same sort of lump sum picture as well? So even the people that are supposedly watching over the charters as the board members are also getting this sort of lump sum information?
So that, I mean, I can share what we get at the department level. I would assume that would vary by management company in how involved they are with their board, how, what detail they provide to their board meetings for budgets. But as far as MDE is concerned, the data we get from the charter schools each year is limited in that regard.
Other questions? No? Okay, very good. Dr. Pritchett.
Thank you. I just want to clarify in my own mind. So if it's a self-managed PSA, they're required to do audit. I assume turn that audit into you, as all school districts have to, mid-November or whatever the magic date is. And that if we request or I'm able to look on their transparency, click on their website, I should be able to see some pretty good detail about instruction, what they're paying for salaries for instruction, if they're paying rent on their building, transportation, food service, everything. So that's self-managed. If a management company is basically running the PSA, there's no audit?
There is an audit.
There is an audit.
All districts are subject to both an audit and a filing of their financial data.
Okay, so that audit then is turned into MDE, but there's very little detail on it.
Correct.
I guess my question would be, and maybe you don't know, my guess is you might, if the audit team goes in to look at a management company's accounting, would they be able to get into more specific information as the auditors, or do you know?
I don't know a firm answer, but being that management companies can be for-profit companies, nonprofit organizations, all of these entities have different methods of accounting different auditing standards, different accounting standards. So that would be outside the scope of governmental accounting, which MDE handles.
All you're going to get is verified that they were audited and whatever the audit findings were, whether it's a clean audit or not. Okay. And there's no detail then. If I would go to one of these and click on their transparency, I'm just going to see basically purchase services for the most part.
In those categories.
In those categories.
In those categories.
Across instruction and support services and things like that. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pritchett. Dr. Pugh, and then Mr. McMillan.
As I'm listening to this, and I remembered, and as President Albrecht was recollecting how this all came about, and I recalled a newspaper that was put out by MAPSA, and it was an article that was written by Dan Quisenberry in December of 2020, where in the MAPSA article, it's here, and he says that Dr. Pamela Pugh tells lies about charter schools. My question to you, and what I said, was that there is a different level of transparency that was required for traditional public schools and our PSAs. So I know you've said this in a couple of different ways. Is that a lie? Was I lying?
As we pointed in the presentation, Dr. Pugh, the detail level of reporting that we get varies between the traditional districts and charter PSAs that have management companies. Now that's the current, what they're submitting to us is based on what the current requirements, financial reporting requirements are of those two different entities. So, but the detail is less than we get from traditional districts.
So do traditional districts, are they able to use purchased services as a way to sweep things into?
As the non-finance person in this group, I think it was easier for me to explain this in a way that made sense to a non-finance person, so this might be helpful, as that the requirements for reporting are the same. The distinction is that a PSA has a larger volume of purchased services, so a larger amount of that type of expenditure is not detailed because it's listed as purchased services. So for a traditional district, you might see 5% of its expenditures listed as purchased services for contracts that it has. In a PSA, as Dr. Albert said, they could be 90 some to 100% of its expenditures as purchased services. And so a larger proportion of the spending of that type of district is rolled up at a level where the detail isn't provided in the same way that it would be for the non-purchased services. So I don't know, the law requiring reporting is exactly the same, but because of the spending categories are different, you see a little bit of a distinction in what you actually see in the final reports, in the level of detail.
Well, you took a very long way around. I
Yeah. As is my custom, I'm sorry. People know.
But if I read through it, I don't know if anybody can say this, but it doesn't sound like I was lying.
The result is different. The end result is different, would be.
Transparency is different.
And in the case of that, Alexander was mentioning, in traditional districts that do have purchase services, those districts are subject to FOIA in terms of what those purchase services are if someone really wants to dig into the detail at that level, which is different than charters who have a management company.
So to the PSAs or the charters that contract directly. Mm-hmm. But if they contract indirectly through the education management company, visibility is lost over that spending. Mr. McMillan, and then Ms. Snyder.
I'm curious, on slide 17, it says 55% of traditional districts use educational service providers or management company contracts. Because, on slide 4, it said traditional school districts are not permitted by law to contract for instructional services. So what, that 55%, what kind of contracts are those? And can I get a copy of what each one of those are paying for?
Sure, that's a good question, Mr. McMillan. In the response that we got specific to this FOIA request, there was a wide variation of what traditional districts deemed an education service provider. So in some cases, districts submitted contracts for companies that they had to provide current events and news and their morning announcements. That was like a paid subscription services. It could have been curriculum related or there's one other example.
We saw some MOUs with the ISD to support English learners or support for, instructional services through the ISD.
I believe there were also some for substitute teachers as well, correct?
Yeah,
correct.
Yes, sorry.
Correct.
So if a traditional district is building a building and they hire a roofer, or if they need the roof replaced, you can't FOIA the roofer to find out, how much they pay the CEO or pay in supplies and things like that, right? It's
No,
a
but you
private
could FOIA the
contract.
district for the amount and what the contract is to
Right.
provide the service.
But you can't go into the next level and find out what they pay for their their supplies and things like that, right?
But I think the point is, we know what the local school district received. They received roofing. Whereas when...
Okay, well, I'm asking the questions here.
Fair enough, and I'm answering them.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking whether they could go in and find out how much a roofer pays for supplies. I'm just, let me finish here. If a traditional district has a ton of overhead in admin, and we know that administrators have just, administrative costs have gone through the roof, so to say. And if they were able to contract out for some of their administrative staff in order to put more into the classroom for teaching, maybe reduce the per pupil or student to teacher ratio, that would be a contract. It seems to me that would be a good thing, and that would be a contract that would be similar to a management agreement where you couldn't get in and find out how much that company is paying those administrators. You couldn't find out a lot of things about it, but nonetheless, the end result might be that the kids are getting better instruction. Isn't that correct?
So can you repeat what the question is?
Well, I mean, if there's a traditional school district that's spending $10 million in administrators, and they can get another company to do the same services for $5 million and put the other $5 million into the classrooms, wouldn't that be a good thing potentially?
It's a hypothetical that I don't know that.
I mean, it just seems to me that, maybe there's a way to do some contracting, and that could actually benefit students. I mean, that's all I'm talking about. To answer another question, I think charter schools have the same audit, and do they submit it to Treasury or?
Those are submitted to MDE.
MDE, okay, but yeah, I mean, an audit would be an audit is by a CPA firm?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they are under the same standards, whether it's a charter school or a traditional school. They aren't allowed to do things differently. So just to be clear, the transparency, I mean, they are following, I'm disappointed that there were some that didn't reply to the FOIAs. And, this isn't the only time where there's FOIA problems. I know there's a lot of parents that have a lot of issues with the responses of school districts and their FOIAs as well. But they are following, and I did hear y'all say that they are following state law when it comes to, transparency and reporting. Nobody's, breaking any laws as far as I can tell. So
was that a question or a statement?
No, that's just a statement.
Okay.
So I guess, I don't know, I didn't really see a whole lot in here. I certainly, think that FOIA replies should be there, should be done, and it is concerning. But, yeah, I mean, I think that if we want to have a wider discussion about, charter schools, I mean, they have to provide the same services and don't get to, get millages, so they have to provide the building within their money that they get from the state. There's just a lot of disadvantages that they do have. So, I mean, I think that, and I just kind of wanted to make the point that it's conceivable, and there probably are traditional districts that do save some money by contracting out some services and then able to put more back into the classrooms. I think that may not be a bad thing in and of itself. Thank you.
To your point, I think school districts across the state, across the country, contract out in a variety of different ways and realize savings that they're able to plow back into classrooms. I don't think the issue is contracting out per se. I think the issue is an inability to follow detail of what those dollars go for. Ms. Snyder.
Thank you. Perhaps my questions will be redundant, but I'm just trying to wade my way through the information. Oversight of these companies and contracts comes from local school boards of PSAs and traditional districts. Oversight, okay. As private companies, whether for profit or nonprofit, these ESPs, EMOs are not subject to state FOIA laws. However, the local school boards of a PSA or traditional district is a public body, and they are subject to those FOIAs, correct? Okay, so there is transparency there. That information should be accessible. And I would argue that local school boards and PSAs of a PSA or a traditional district can be trusted with contracting with these management companies in a way that is, benefits their students. And so if you're getting a FOIA of that contract and it's not as detailed as you would like, we're not just making a statement about, and I'm just suggesting this presentation is not just making a statement about whether or not a private company should be FOIA-able, but whether or not that local school board of the PSA or traditional district is capable of making such a decision that this contract is good and benefits our kids. So I just want to throw that out there because the information's there. It's just a matter of how we go about it. So then I think to myself, they're not subject to FID, right? These companies are not subject to FID. So is that what we're really getting after, is that we want these companies to have to report in this way to us being MDE, versus allowing local districts the local control of these contracts? Because that's what I'm gathering. So if I'm incorrect, please correct me. And then I have one other thing to say after some back and forth here.
I think that's the difference that we are highlighting, is that the level of detail is different in that scenario, and that we don't see the detail for PSAs that have a management contract in a way that we see detail for their traditional district counterparts who do report in the FID in a more detailed way.
Do we trust that local school boards of PSAs and traditional districts have that detail before they approve such a contract?
I think as Chris highlighted earlier, I don't know that we can make a global statement about the do's and don'ts, and I think it probably varies based on management company and the contract and the relationship that the PSA has with those entities that they're contracting for services with.
And when we FOIA that local school district, the PSA or traditional district that has that contract, can we get the information we're looking for?
Not if the contract's held by the management company. They don't have to. They may share it voluntarily, but if the PSA is not party to the agreement and the expenditure of the contract is through the management company, theoretically the management company does not have to provide that information because they're not subject to FOIA.
So who's signing that contract on behalf of the PSA?
The local
the
board.
Management company.
But they have to have another party, right?
The PSA's board would sign the contract with the management company, and I think Chris's illustration where you show the number of arrows, those contracts are with the management company, not with the PSA, so they're not.
But the PSA board is a public body.
It is a public body,
yeah.
But the company, as you said, the company that it contracts with is not, and so therefore that company's contracts are not public information necessarily because it's not a public company.
I would like to believe contracts that PSAs have, regardless of who it's with, that PSA's board is a public body and is accountable to the public for the information of the contracts that they're with. So maybe we can't FOIA the management company, but we should be able to FOIA the PSA local board because it's a public body.
Right, and we did, and some of them provided some of the contracts, but some of them also responded it particularly with some of the contracts that were provided through services from the management company, that we aren't providing this to you because we're not party to that contract. We don't hold that contract, and so therefore, so that's a legal denial of the FOIA because they don't hold the contract, but it wasn't provided to us in response.
That sounds like a very tricky way of saying there's like a third party to the PSA and the management company that makes it so that the PSA doesn't have to respond to a FOIA as a public body. I don't.
Well, the third party is the management company. The dollars go from the state to the PSA, from the PSA to the management company, and when they go to the management company in large percentages, we lose visibility over that for which those dollars are spent. Yes?
Can I just suggest maybe you define what a sweep contract is, and then maybe that'll be more clear how that happens.
Well, Allison does a good job and I'm going to try. I'm going to try.
Come on, Deputy Superintendent.
We don't have time for me to
Come on, Deputy Superintendent.
No, I'm going to try, but there is no legal definition of a sweep contract, right? So, but some contracts that people deem as sweep take into account essentially whatever's, it's kind of going down kind of a level here, take into account whatever the PSA's operational costs are, and those costs are paid for, and whatever is left over is then transferred to the management company.
So all of the revenues are given to the management company, and if it achieves efficiencies of scale by contracting well, it keeps the profit as its fee for providing those services to the district.
And who signs that contract is the PSA and the management company, correct?
PSA's board signs the contract with the management company for that sweep contract.
And that is FOIAble. Okay, so we have access. It's just a matter of it not being funneled into the FID way of doing things, it sounds like.
If I could, we have access to a contract between a PSA that contracts with a management company, education management company. But there is little detail associated therewith. It's not the detail that you have with a traditional public school district, where you can see salary, benefits, and all the purchase services enumerated out piece by piece, dollar for dollar. That's not the sort of detail that you tend to get. With what you get is, we're giving you a lump for the following services, at which point the education management company does with that lump what it thinks it needs to do to provide that range of services. But we don't have access to the individual
line items.
That's right.
I respect that. The other thing that I was thinking of when I saw the cost of these FOIAs on behalf of the State Board of Ed, and I'm just, from a humble bone here, we had someone come and present to us public comment that said that it cost almost $3,000, and I know that this is not directly related to this presentation, but I do think it's an issue that's worth throwing out there. $3,000 for her to request information on seclusion and restraint, and yet most of these FOIAs were reached at $0 or $19 to $99 or $21 to $96.
There were three that charged us of the 278.
Yeah. It should not be, just again, from a humble bone, State Board of Education should not be able to get information at the ready and then charge a citizen such a substantial amount of money to get information that is probably less difficult to compile, to be completely honest, based on the request that it sounded like she had from one district. So
you're right, it isn't the subject of the presentation.
Sorry, I'm going to state it because it's in there and it's part of it.
Other questions or comments on behalf of board members? I'm cognizant that you are sitting at 8 o'clock to me. Okay, no questions or comments? You're good? Okay.
One more.
Please.
I'm told that if a charter school gets over 50% or has over 50% of their budget is in purchase services, that they do have to report as similar to a traditional school. Is that correct?
That's the ESP file that Chris was mentioning, so you want to just share briefly about what that is?
Yep, so within the FID system, that is a trigger for a rule that if over 50% of a district's current operating expenditures are purchase services, they must,
charter school.
A managed charter, for example. they would need to submit an educational service provider file. The intent of that file is to capture greater detail in how the ESP or the management company spends those funds. However, as we've mentioned before, these companies or organizations don't follow the same accounting standards. They're not audited, so we're at a point where there is data provided, but it may or may not be complete. It may or may not be accurate.
Okay, but they are required to provide the detail of salaries, benefits, et cetera. You're just not sure what their accounting basis is for
that's the intent of the file. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Lipton.
Yes, thank you very much. I would just like to point out, just to make sure that, there's clarity to everything. Although the boards of many charter schools,
Watching eyes.
the boards are public, however they choose to use that term, most boards of charter schools that I have looked at are appointed boards. They're not elected boards or elected by the voters. They do receive taxpayer dollars. That's been stated. Interestingly enough, during the financial crisis, and this is getting a bit off topic, but it's my understanding that charter schools both received funding as schools and also received forgiveness on millions of dollars of PPP loans that were forgiven that were specifically designed for small businesses and not available to schools. So that's kind of interesting in my mind. The ability, boy, that would be nice, right? To be able to say, I'm a public school today and I'm a private company tomorrow. And yet when you look at the charter school statute, it allows charter schools to do just that. So as my colleague mentioned, yes, they are complying with the law as written. But I think this conversation today is to begin a conversation about whether or not we as a state are properly overseeing an entity that is receiving large amounts of taxpayer dollars. And I can tell you that the charter accountability statutes in other states look very, very different than Michigan, because I have studied the charter school statutes in other states. We happen to have, by design, a charter school statute that was designed to look like there was accountability through the universities that are overseeing them. But as in President Albrecht's remark, you will see some common players that are authorizing charters and receiving financial reward for doing oversight work, and perhaps are not necessarily providing that oversight work. So I want to just bring us back to the original conversation, which is not to have a large conversation about whether charters are good or whether charters are bad, but to begin with the premise of financial transparency between our charter schools and our traditional public schools. As the statute outlines, we're not saying anyone is acting illegally, but the statute is designed to allow for this magical conversion of taxpayer dollars to be swept into private hands. And the reality is that that's happening. And your data clearly shows that. So, thank you.
Thank you. To Dr. Albrecht. I'm looking at Dr. Pugh, and I'm not
She
getting.
probably wants to do the wrap up.
Very good.
No, I have a question.
I wouldn't mind a wrap.
I can certainly do a wrap up afterwards, but I actually have a couple of questions. And it's based on some of the questions that were asked here. But first and foremost, you know, if you're a traditional school and you're contracting with a service, you have to bid that out, and then all of those bids are now public information, and then anyone who bids back and wins it, that contract is based on that bid. So you see a whole lot of detail, right? If I have a sweep contract and I send 100% of my budget over to a management company, not only do we not see any bids that they send out, we don't even know if they bid for contracts. Is that pretty clear, pretty accurate? I mean, we don't, they might, but we wouldn't know, would we?
If, we may need to get back with you on that one.
Okay. Let me give you an example. So I have here one of the response letters from one of a similar school. And in this response letter, they said, you know, they both accepted our request and denied in part, which was very common from a lot of these schools. I saw the same thing. We received the management contract, we received the lease agreement, but it also says your request for information contained in bullets 2 through 4 is denied, and 2 through 4, of course, are the food and things. Denied because the Academy does not, 1, contract for food service management or vended meals, 2, contract with custodial service vendors, or 3, contract with lawn and grounds service vendors. Instead, the Academy contracts for the above services through a third-party management company by way of an educational management agreement, and thus the Academy is not a party to the service contracts. I'm pretty sure they feed their kids, and I'm pretty sure they clean the school, and I'm pretty sure someone mows the lawn. But we don't know who they're paying to do that work. We don't know how they're paying. So my other question is it, well, I actually have 2 questions, sorry, but well, first, is it possible, so if they're paying over 50% for purchase services, then they have to report more detail. But is there a way for a management company to be getting percentages off of other services that might not be considered purchase services? So is there a way for a management company to be collecting more money than would be suggested through just a simple percentage of student aid or something along those lines?
I'm not aware of what what you're referencing. I think you have something in mind, but I'm not familiar with it. Chris, do you?
I mean, as we mentioned, there are numerous different ways we've seen in the contracts of how much a management company charges, whether it's per student or percentages.
Let me ask you this. If I run a management company, there's nothing in law that prevents me from also running a food service company or a lawn service company or a custodial company and contracting with myself?
There is nothing in law that.
Yeah. So it's possible.
There's nothing that precludes that. There's nothing that precludes you from aggregating your contracts and creating some sort of an economy of scale in your contract with another party. That is to say, you bring a certain level of business, you get a certain level of discount associated with that business.
Especially if I own it.
Well, if you own it, yes, but you can also benefit from the aggregation of that business out and the retention of more dollars in.
Okay. Final question, audits. If I have a sweep contract and I'm putting 100% I get 100% of student aid and I send 100% of that student aid over to a management company, what am I being audited on? Simply the transfer of funds?
I can't speak to exactly what's being audited. Of course, if it's a district spending significant amounts of federal funds, they're subject to a more stringent
Okay, so
single
federal
audit.
could be one, okay.
I can't speak to what's involved in the audit of a contract, a PSA's management contract. But in the end, if like in your example, revenues equal expenditures, the fund balance theoretically would be 0 at the
So
end.
you would have a clean audit, but it would be based basically on the fact that you took in some money and you sent out some money. That would be a clean audit.
To an extent. Again, there's
Federal money.
several other tests related specifically to the federal funds.
Right, okay. Okay, that's it for me.
Other questions by state board members? Comments by state board members? Oh, you have a question or comment?
I have a comment.
Please.
I've had it for a while, but
I beg your pardon.
it's been a good conversation. And it was when, Tom, you asked the question, or you mentioned it being unfair. There's places where it may be unfair for our PSAs. But it seems like if we could get this level of transparency, we could determine that, and we could say that and stand with you on that comment. And then Board Member Snyder, you asked the question, what are we doing this for? And this is not about me. This is about children. This is about dollars making it to the classroom. This is about teachers. How are the teachers being paid in comparison to where the rest of these dollars are going? But I will go back to this statement, because as I pulled this public comment, in a publication that went out to I don't know how many people, where it says that Dr. Pugh told bold-faced lies. And just as that comment was made in a public space, that I shared inaccuracies and attacked a movement because I said that our traditional public schools are not held, or charters, some charters, are not held to the same transparency standards as our traditional public schools. I was told that I was, or called, a bold-faced liar. And I want an apology from Dan Quisenberry for putting that out in a public space, and I want to mention that in this public space. And I thank Board Member Albrecht for, I think it was you who made the motion for this FOIA and for this information that is very telling.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pugh. We're sitting 416. We appreciate the presenters. Good luck making it to the airport, Mr. May. You be well. Okay. Board members, we are at the approval of State Board of Education meeting minutes. May I please have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular and committee of the whole meeting of August 9th, 2022?
So moved.
We have a motion by Dr. Pritchett. Do we have a second? Support. We have support by Mr. McMillan. Is there any discussion? Marilyn, if you could take a roll call vote, please.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh? Snyder? Tilly? Albrecht?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Ms. Schneider, report of the president.
In the interest of time, I'm going to forgo.
As am I on the report of the state superintendent. Report of the teacher of the year, Ms. Nanette Hansen. The 2022-2023 Michigan Teacher of the Year will present her report. Ms. Hansen is first grade teacher at Lemmer Elementary School in Escanaba area public schools, quite a long way from the state capital. Ms. Kathy Lamberries, Region 2 Teacher of the Year from Roscommon Middle/High School, is joining us. She's an instructional coach for grades 6 through 8, English Language Arts. We had the pleasure of interacting with one of her colleagues last year, Ms. Casey Hook. There will be a PowerPoint presentation. Ladies, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. Our presentation will be today about high-quality teaching mentors and the importance on our retention of high-quality teachers. And I'm going to let Kathy start with her introduction. Okay. Already testing this out difficulties.
I'm Kathy Lamberries. I'm in my 20th year of teaching, and as Dr. Rice pointed out, I'm an instructional coach for 6-8 ELA at Roscommon Middle High School. I reside in Otsego County, Otsego Lake and Gaylord, and with my husband, Mark, and we have a 12-year-old Tom named Posh. My daughter, Sydney Weber, is the 2022-23 Miss Michigan North America. And thank you. Very proud mom. And she lives in Lowell with her husband, Eli. And this is just some pictures of,
I'm telling you, I'm having a time. I'm having a time.
There you go. So that's my daughter, obviously. My house on the water. That's my palm. That's just me and a colleague on a field trip when we took our 6th graders to the Detroit Zoo, and my daughter again. And then just some pictures of me with students. I've been fortunate enough to take my students on some great field trips before COVID, of course, to the local TV station up in Cadillac, and did some fun parties with them, and just some pictures of our awesome students at Roscommon Middle School. So with mentoring, we're really lucky here in Michigan that our law understands the importance of teacher mentoring, and that we have this, teachers need to have mentors for their first 3 years. So we are, like I said, very lucky. Our district actually has it for a 5-year period. But looking at research, we know that, we've all had mentors, people that sign up to be mentors that just do it basically for a stipend. And so research supports that it really helps student achievement when we get high quality mentorships in place for teachers. It helps retention of teachers, and it helps students as well. So we've come up with 8 qualities, and these are obviously not an all-encompassing list, but just 8 qualities of a quality mentor teacher. So respect, listening, challenging, collaboration, celebration, truth, safety, and empathy.
Successful mentors can provide content-specific assistance about curriculum. They can provide open communication and guidance to a mentee of how to navigate and understand a school's policies and procedures, things that are not taught in college. It helps them to feel more confident and at ease and successful in what they're doing. When I first started teaching 1st grade 17 years ago, I was assigned a rock star mentor. She was amazing, and I loved everything about her. But there was a huge drawback. She wasn't in my building. I wasn't given any time to watch her plan. I didn't see how she could do lesson plans. I didn't get to observe her classroom management or the things that she did that really benefited students. So for me, it wasn't designed to help me. And I still struggle to try to figure things out on my own. And so in that way, I wasn't supported in my district.
So as a mentor teacher, it's just really essential to establish that respect. Alternate, meeting your mentee between your room and their room. Make sure that you make your mentee a priority. Make sure that you give them your time. I was in the same situation my very first year of teaching. Had a great person as my mentor. Unfortunately, it was more of a come to me, and I think with those new teachers, you need to go to them. Like as a new teacher, you're usually a little timid, and so you just have to make that time to let them know, hey, we're really happy to have you, and I'm going to come to you and let you know that you're more than welcome to come to me.
I had the pleasure of mentoring a couple new teachers in my district. Actually, that says 2nd-year teachers, but they are 3rd-year teachers. And I mentored them all the years that they've been there. I let them know right away that the struggles that I had as an early teacher, the feelings of being overwhelmed and just barely keeping your head above water. So I think it's important information to let them know that everybody struggles that way with their first year of teaching, but that you're there to support them in a way that's going to be beneficial for them. I always let them know that I'm there during school. We meet an hour and a half before school every single day, sometimes individualized and sometimes together, and they text me at all hours of the night. If they're in a panic about something that they want an answer to, I'm happy to get it for them. I think it's a way that that they can learn from me, and I always let them know that I want to learn from them. Of course, they're fresh out of school, they have new ideas, and I think it's just a way for us to synergize and all become better.
Listening. So this one comes up. I do an activity when I do this with our mentoring, which we'll talk about, our Buck Academy, our mentoring program at my district. And listening always comes up as an important, like the top thing that mentors and mentees want. So you really have to listen and get to know your mentee. Invest the time to put the verbal and nonverbal clues together to understand what your mentee might need. People need to listen without judgment, and to help your mentee with learning, you need to kind of go through that cycle of pausing, not just jumping right in. Pause, paraphrase, ask those probing questions, and kind of assist them to help them to get to think about ways that they could come up with things on their own. So kind of give them that ability with that little scaffold piece from you as well.
And another important part of assisting mentee teachers is helping them to set quality goals for themselves for the semester and for the year. It helps them to see why and how their goal setting is important to improve their craft, listening to what they say, what they want to achieve throughout the year, and then brainstorming ways for them to be successful in achieving that goal. This goal is good for both them and for their students. Setting goals helps everyone see a path, a clear path, and get there.
Challenge. It is really helpful as the mentor to challenge your mentee's thinking to help them grow as an educator. Part of that listening plays into this so that you help them grow out of their comfort zone. And as you get to know them, you'll know what that comfort zone is. So challenge their thinking with questions, again, to help them think for themselves. And you have to keep that in mind. Part of your goal as a mentor is helping them become a better teacher and to help them grow. So you can use phrases such as, what do you think, or what are your thoughts, to kind of get them so that they are not just depending on you for answers, but to challenge them to come up with those answers on their own and trust themselves as an educator.
When mentee teachers have the right tools to build with, they can try new ways to teach and connect with their own students, providing mentees with teaching methods and ideas of how to handle certain situations in and out of the classroom allows them to learn and grow as educators.
Collaboration. Collaboration benefits everyone. So the planning conversation, the coaching, observation, data gathering, reflecting conversation, that's kind of what I'm doing now in my new job, that really has the ultimate goal of enhancing intentional instruction. So just to help that new teacher. Work together with your mentee, share ideas, everybody benefits. As Nanette mentioned, those new teachers have great ideas coming out fresh. For those of us who have been in the classroom for 20 years, it's great to get those fresh ideas. And again, those younger teachers benefit from our many years of experience. And include your mentee in that collaborative work with grade level teams or content area teams, and everyone in the team will profit from that. New ideas, strategies, and lesson material.
Well, the collaboration part of being a mentor teacher is, in my opinion, the best part. I set up before school meetings, like I mentioned earlier, where I can meet with them individually to set their goals and make sure that they're on track to achieve the goals that they want to for the year. Again, when you're a collaborative, when you have a collaborative relationship, all the stakeholders walk away with new strategies, ideas, materials, and friendships in the end. For me, it's a win-win situation.
The truth. And this comes in, just be honest. You are helping this person learn a new profession. You have to be kind, but you've got to be honest with them. You need to also help people learn all those little things no one learns in college, what we call like kind of the truth of teaching. School politics, like make that secretary and that custodian, they are your best friends. Okay, you need them. How do you use the copier? If you go to any place, those copy machines are different everywhere you go. What is a professional development log? I never did one until I started teaching. How to upload documents if you do 5D. You have to learn how to do that for evaluation. You need to know how to get on Pivot for evaluation. Where do you find supplies in your building? How do you register for field trips, or what's your policy on field trips? So everything that's kind of those little things that you don't learn in classroom in college.
And all of those things can overwhelm a new teacher who's already treading water to keep their head above. So those are really important things. As a veteran teacher, we have many years of experience under our belts to draw from, whereas these new teachers do not. It's super critical to help mentee teachers troubleshoot any problems they may be having. For example, one of my mentees did not know how to ask for the types of interventions that she needed for her student. So I stepped in to help her make connections with the Title I teacher, the social worker, and everyone who needed to be involved in the process. This allowed her to get the differentiated support that she needed for her student and made her feel comfortable with the situation in the end.
Safety and trust. You were put together for professional reasons, but personal problems affect professional abilities, and people need to express that. So your mentee should feel safe coming to you as a trustworthy person to confide in. So keep that time spent just between the two of you. Make sure that your mentee can trust you, establish your mentorship as a safe place for both of you, and be an advocate for your mentee if need be. I have mentored, now I'm on my 4th teacher, and with my past 3, each one had an issue come up that required me to advocate for them. With one, she had an issue with just a lower level reading a mentor text, and she didn't feel comfortable saying anything, so I spoke up and said, you can't be reading this. And we created a Google Doc that showed everybody's mentor text so we wouldn't have the problem again. Another teacher was really concerned about a student that our student success team had come up with a plan, and she was just not really happy with that plan. So I kind of came up and put a meeting together between her and our admin so that she just felt a little more comfortable having me there as well. And again, just sometimes they don't want it, they feel like they're rocking the boat if they speak up. So you need to really be that advocate for that person.
Because connection is the cornerstone of education. Establishing a trusting, safe, positive relationship with the people that you mentor is critical for their success in the profession. And we want them to stay in the profession. My mentees both know that if they are experiencing any difficulties outside of school, that they have a safe place, trusting place with me, that they can share those problems with me. They sometimes are worried that they're going to be out if they're ill. I assure them that I will put out their lesson plans. I'm there to photocopy for them, that they should take care of themselves first, that they have a built-in support system within their school district, a culture of collaboration and one of safety and trust, that you can trust that someone is going to help you out, that you're not on your own, you're not in your own ship by yourself. And I think these small acts of kindness let mentees know that they are cared about and supported in their school.
And finally, empathy. You just need to remember what it was like to be a new teacher and have empathy for what your mentee is going through. Listen, put yourself in their place, offer advice if asked, offer a shoulder to cry on, jump up and down for joy, clap your hands, be a cheerleader, share a story, or just sit and listen. But, just remember to think back to that place, because if you do, you'll remember how difficult it can be to be that first-year teacher. Yeah.
So the culmination of this whole presentation is we believe in the importance of high-quality mentorship programs for anybody who's coming in to the profession. Of course, that's how we want to recruit and retain them, and we want them to feel supported in every way. And Kathy's going to talk just a little bit about the Buck Academy that she does in Roscommon, and we're going to just talk a little bit more about sort of uniformity with mentorship programs.
So at Roscommon, we do what's called the Buck Academy, and it meets once a month. And new teachers and their mentors are required to attend for 2 years. And we go every month. People are given a checklist. They're given a binder at the beginning, and they add the checklist.
We love binders.
Everybody wants a binder. Everyone is given a new checklist each month for whatever is applicable to that month. So the beginning of the year is a lot. How to get set up Skyward, which is our grading system, and anything that you would need to prep for the beginning of the year. And then September, something would be like getting ready for conferences, which are in the beginning of October. But we go through a presentation. One of the presentations we're going to do for our first Buck Academy is actually this presentation. But so we'll give them some sort of presentation, and we're a blueprint school, so we tie in something to go with our blueprint. And then we give them time to meet with their mentee, and they'll go through the checklist, work together on what they need to talk about between them. And then they also qualify for sketches. We applied for sketches, and so the mentor and the mentee both get sketches for that if they choose to apply for those. And it's a really good program because it guarantees that they have that time together, and they get that list, or a sheet that they have to document their hours. They do not get the stipend if they don't have the documentation. Number one, that they attended Buck Academy if they're new at those 2 years, and if they don't have documentation of the time that they spent together. So, we know that we have mentoring and induction standards here in Michigan, but we just really think it'd be nice if there was a uniformity of some sort of program that school districts across the state were required to carry out.
Exactly, because she and I both mentioned earlier in our presentation that when we were assigned our mentees, that there was no checks and balances, really. And, our mentors, they got paid, but we really didn't get the full benefit of a veteran teacher, because there was no checks and balances. Whereas this Buck Academy that they have in their district, there's accountability, and those new teachers are always supported in 20 hours of professional PD. They meet every month. There's a checklist. They both sign that they're going to be part of it. And I would just encourage this board to kind of think about how we can sort of disseminate this information across districts so that all new teachers are supported in a similar way.
To really help with that retention piece that I know we spoke about at our meeting.
Right.
That's very important. Presenters, are you finished?
We are.
Okay. You are almost singing in stereo. I mean, you are on top of one another. It is impressive.
We were synergizing.
Yes, it's
We're
synergistic.
You were. There's no question about that. Board members, questions or comments? Ms. Lipton.
One question. So you began the presentation and you said that the state statute does require mentors. But it sounds to me like the statute perhaps needs a little more meat on the bones.
And that's what we're talking about, that uniformity would be more, and I went online and I looked it up, and it has, it's laid out very nicely, except where's the accountability within the districts? You know what I mean? Okay. They're offering it. It's wonderful. Here's an example. A couple years ago, one of the gals that I mentor now, she had a mentor too, only she was in my room every day, and I mentored her all the, I mentored her for the whole year. But the other gal got the stipend, you know what I mean? So, and I'm not here to, bash anybody. I'm just saying accountability to make sure that we have those professional supports in place for these new teachers.
And just a follow-up, with some of the infusion of more dollars from the federal government, do you envision perhaps some of that being able to be used for some of these really stellar mentor programs?
I think
That would
so.
be great.
That would be
Yeah.
amazing. And in this Buck Academy that they have, and she shared it with me, and I'm now going to share it with my district. And I think, I just think it would be wonderful to have some checks and balances so that we all have assurances that our new teachers that are coming through are being supported in a way that is beneficial for them.
Because I think we're getting, we have great ideas to get new teachers, that recruitment effort is out there. We need to make sure that, we're hanging on to them. And this is a great, I think a program that they're going to be supported, and they're going to be supported by, and if they have to come to a program, there's more than just them and their mentor, holding them accountable, the mentor teacher in this program, and they're surrounded by other teachers and mentors as well. So it's kind of like community effect in that program as well. And I think that would be really helpful for that retention piece.
Thank you, Ms. Lipton. Ms. Tilley.
Thank you, ladies, for the thoughtful presentation. I was just talking about this the other day, that mentorship is so important, even at different levels. Even a pastor needs a pastor, And I think you guys you ladies made a very important point about retention. And I also think that with us trying to attract new teachers, it might be advantageous to do a day with people who are even looking to get into the profession while they're trying to decide, maybe they could have a day of mentorship and visiting with a teacher.
I love that. It's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Other reflections from state board members? Dr. Pugh.
I just want to say thank you as always. I mean, it's just so great to feel the energy and to know that our children have you all in the classroom.
Thank you.
And who you represent.
So I think that the presentation was enormously thoughtful. Just to note, yours is the only one of 4 professions, broadly writ, that require mentoring by state statute.
Which we appreciate. We see the value.
So there is a foundation, but it's not significant enough. There is no mandatory mentoring for principals in the state, no mandatory mentoring for new superintendents in the state, no mandatory mentoring of new board members in the state. And I would have argued publicly that we need mandatory mentoring for all 4. What you point out is that the presence of mandatory mentoring is necessary but not sufficient. So don't simply think that because you have mandatory mentoring that you've arrived. You've not. There's no funding for mentoring in the state. If that funding exists, it's associated with local collective bargaining agreements. And those local collective bargaining agreements can be very skinny to the point of anorexic. Not acceptable. Not only are there no standards, the likes of which you've mentioned, but there are no standards associated with proximity as well. I can be mentored by someone who is across town. And the unhappiness about that is that if you can't see me my first year, you don't really know what I experienced during that school day. So even if you call me up and you say, "Hey, Mike, how'd it go?" "Oh yeah, it went okay." "Really?" "Yeah, no, it was pretty good. I'm just a little tired. Yeah, I'm gonna, have a little bite to eat and go to bed early." Okay, you don't know that I was just stabbing my book before you came, or crying, or. It's a rough year. First year is a tough year, not just for teachers, but for other educational professionals We need mentors. We need mentors who are compensated. They don't have to be enormously compensated, but they ought to be compensated for their time. And there should be some standards associated with the mentoring. I vividly recall the mentoring that I had as a teacher back in the day, the formal mentoring, which was almost non-existent, and the informal mentoring that I sought because I knew I needed to fill in the gaps. And by extension, the formal mentoring as a new superintendent in New Jersey, where it was mandatory by state statute. So you've introduced an important point that not only do we need the mandatory mentoring, but that there needs to be more meat on the bones, both from a financial perspective, which I added, and from a content perspective and a process perspective, which you added. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Be well. Board, we are sitting at 4:45. Next item on today's agenda is approval of State Board of Education meeting schedule for 2023. The State Board Executive has proposed a meeting schedule for 2023. The regular meetings are scheduled for the second Tuesday of each month. The board's work session is scheduled for the third Tuesday in May. Schedule avoids conflicts with holidays. The board is being asked to approve the 2023 State Board of Education meeting schedule today. Please have a motion to approve the SBE regular meeting schedule for 2023. Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Ms. Tilley moves. And do I have a second? Ms. Lipton, thank you very much for your second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, a roll call vote, please.
Lipton? Yes. McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh? Yes. Snyder?
Yes.
Tilly? Yes. Albridge absent, motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on today's agenda is approval of a tribute honoring Kathleen N. Strauss. Former State Board of Education President Kathleen Strauss is being honored as a distinguished leader by the Women Officials Network. Today, the board is being asked to approve a congratulatory tribute that will be presented to Mrs. Strauss during the awards ceremony. May I please have a motion to approve the tribute honoring Kathy Strauss? Ms. Lipton moves. May I have a second, please? Dr. Pugh seconds. Is there any discussion? Ms. Strauss served on the State Board for 24 years. That is truly a mark of service and endurance. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
And she's 99 now?
It'll be 99 first week of December.
She'll be 99. That's a blessing.
That is a blessing.
Still have her wealth of knowledge with us.
Amen.
I'm happy to support her.
I had an opportunity to see her maybe 2 weeks ago, and just as energetic as when she was sitting here with us.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder? Yes. Tilly?
Yes.
Albridge absent, motion carries.
The next agenda item is an approval of Camp Tasmahita spending plan for fiscal year 2022-2023. Michigan School for the Blind Trust Fund Committee met on August 16th, 2022. Ms. Nikki Snyder represents the board on the Trust Fund Committee. The committee reviewed the Camp Tasmahita spending plan for fiscal year 2022-2023. The board is being asked to approve the spending plan during today's meeting. Ms. Snyder, do you have anything you would like to say about the item? Okay. Presenters are Dr. Scott Kenichnek, Deputy Superintendent, Division of P20 System and Student Transitions, Ms. Roxanne Balfour, Director, Low Incidence Outreach, the Office of Special Education, and Ms. Jill Teagarden, Director of Camp Tasmahita. May I please have a motion to approve the spending plan for Camp Tasmahita? We'll get a motion on the table, and then we'll do the presentation. May I please have a motion to approve the spending plan? Thank you, Dr. Pritchett. May I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Snyder. And to our presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Thank you to the board for allowing us to present to you this afternoon. So brevity and succinctness will be our theme. Besides Marty, we are between you and your steering wheel. So we will be brief. But I'm joined by Roxanne Belfort and Jill Teagarden. They do an outstanding job at Camp T. Again, there is an ask on the floor to approve the budget. I'll ask Roxanne to speak to that. And then Jill would like to briefly share some highlights in the annual report that you have regarding all of the activities for kids and families at camp last year. So with that, Roxanne.
All right, so you were all given the budget via email, I believe, from Marilyn. And the biggest items, I think, on the budget, I just want to quickly cover is renovations and repairs. You're going to see we're calling this the year of maintenance. And so we are taking back some of our constructions that we've done the past few years. We have a lot of repairs to do on some roofs. We have some road repairs we're going to need to do. We have some buildings we want to pay attention to, some HVAC, so a lot of mechanical stuff. So this is going to be that year. If you recall last year, we were going to be doing a nature center as well as a facility. The nature center is going to be what we concentrate on from last year's funds. So you're going to get pictures of that, and we'll talk about that next year. We're encumbering the funds because everything skyrocketed by the time legislators had approved that supplement that we had. So that's where we are with the budget. Does anyone have any questions with this? It's $500,000, so it's not any big amount.
No, but you are right. That was that was both brevity and succinctness. Questions or comments from board members? Okay. This is the year the board gets out to Camp T as a board. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't that sound like a field trip?
Yeah. I was going to say I would love for us to take a tour, and it would even be nice to have a, I don't know if we have the one that we normally have or an additional board retreat where we can have some maybe team building activities there. That would be awesome.
Okay. All right. That's a good idea. Third Tuesday in May.
Third Tuesday in May. We'd love it if you could come out to see camp. As Scott and Nikki know, it's just an awesome place, and we appreciate them both supporting us.
Going down mountains?
Not quite, not quite.
Going up a climbing tower.
Okay, very good.
Lots of opportunities for you there, so we would love to have you for sure, yes.
Terrific, thank you. Anything more on behalf of the board? If not, Marilyn, if we could have a roll call vote.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh? Yes. Snyder?
Yes.
Tilly?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And so again, if we could just have maybe 2 more minutes of time, Jill's going to mention about 3 or 4 of the activities and bits of information that you have in your annual report. Jill?
Yes, just briefly. First of all, we're excited that we're back in person. So in October, we started back with school groups coming back at school, and then we started off with some family nature club camps, which offered students and their families the opportunity to come out and enjoy camp. So it was great just to have kids in person compared to doing things online and virtually that we were doing before. So that's always exciting for us to have kids out in person. We had the Michigan Regional Cane Quest that came out to camp. It was the first time that we've hosted it at camp. It was for students in grades 3rd through 6th, I believe. And that was a great opportunity for students just to enjoy camp and practice some of their orientation and mobility skills that we offer training for. And then we had some great collaborative efforts with some different school groups. We had Western Michigan University, Kent County ISD out, BSBP, which is Bureau Service for Blind Persons. They came out and worked with us, so we were back to do some collaboration effort. And we had the Michigan Teacher of the Year out, Leah Porter, and she visited us. So we had some really awesome visitors and volunteers, and it was so great just to have camp back in person and to have kids enjoying the great outdoors of camp. So hopefully you guys will take the opportunity to come out and enjoy us too. We'd love to have you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a pending vote. Okay.
Question.
Yes, please.
And forgive me if we've already done this and I don't remember, but do you have like a video of testimonials with the kids? Because I know this has to be so exciting for them and life-changing for them to get to do some of these things at the camp.
So You are right on target, because what we're planning next year is we've got a graphic designer who does this, and he also does videography. And we are going to plan that next year when we come to the board to have that. We will put it also onto our website. So we are doing a lot of recordings and stuff on our website to showcase Camp T. But next year's presentation, you're going to see a lot of that now that we're back in person. Very excited.
Very good, thank you. And we have just conferred with our clerk, and there are no hanging chads. Budget has been approved. Thank you.
All right. Good. Thank you very much, everyone.
Next item on today's agenda is state and federal legislative update. Marty Ackley, Director of the Office of Public and Governmental Affairs, will lead the state and federal legislative update. Brevity and succinctness are his two middle names. Once he finishes, we'll move to Ms. Lipton for a report on legislative committee, which we saw in part in the resolution that was put forward by Dr. Pritchett, passed by the board. And then finally, Dr. Pritchett on NASB.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. I will be brief. As you noticed if you had a chance to read the state and federal legislative update, legislature's been out of session, so no action has been taken over the past month. They are in session this month, but only 2 days where they're going to take attendance and vote. One day next week, and then a day the week after that. The other days, there's no voting done. What they do is they open up the House and the Senate so that bills can be introduced. So there have been no committee scheduled at this time. And so we'll wait and see what they do when they come in to vote. If they pass anything, we'll let you know. And that's it. And the State Board Legislative Committee meeting was on September 1st. And I will defer to Ms. Lipton.
Thank you. The legislative committee met, and the topic of the meeting was primarily preparation for lame duck. We talked about action that we could take, bills that we really need to move forward on, days of the legislature. Thank you, Dr. Pritchett, for bringing forth the motion, and thank you to the board for voting on the resolution regarding the two teacher reciprocity bills.
Thank you, Ms. Lipton. You were so speedy. Caught me mid-drink. Dr. Pritchett.
Thank you. Just a reminder, NASB National Conference this year will be held October 26th through 29. It is being held in Phoenix, Arizona. If you are interested in attending, you need to contact Jen Cook, and she can make arrangements for you to attend. NASB has sent me the information packet for the business meeting that's always held the last day. I will forward that packet to all board members probably in the next couple of days. It's pretty thin, so that's good. The only changes they're recommending right now is a couple of bylaw changes, and I indicated last month I serve on their Public Education Positions Committee, and we had drafted some statements regarding teacher recruitment, teacher retention for you to take a look at, because that will be voted on also. So just look for that in your email. I'll try to get it out in the next couple of days. That's all I have.
Very good. Thank you very much. May I please have a motion to approve the NASB public education position changes? No?
No.
Next month. We're going to
Next
put
month.
all
We're gonna do
next
it all.
month.
Yep.
Literally, without exception.
Without exception.
All good. The next three meeting dates are Tuesday, October 11th, Tuesday, November 15th, and Tuesday, November 13th.
Are we
Please.
doing the second Tuesday in November? Because that's November 8th.
No.
We are doing Tuesday, October 11th, Tuesday, November 15th, the third Tuesday in November. We hop in November, and then back to the second Tuesday, Tuesday, November 13th. Yes.
Comments from board members?
Please.
In adherence to Section 6 of our bylaws, I'm submitting in writing 2 amendments. The bylaws say that they need to be laid over. Huh? Yeah, I'll send one to Jude.
Okay. Thank you.
It's in addition to our board, or to the State Board of Parental Assistance Committee. And since it'll be laid over for a month, I'm hoping that I can read it briefly and then I'll be done. Quickly, amendments to the State Board of Education bylaws, addition to Parental Assistance Committee. Amendment 1, add to Section 3 a paragraph as follows. The president or co-president shall appoint members of the Parental Assistance Committee. This committee shall establish procedures and forms that will allow parents and other taxpayers who are not satisfied with how a local school district addresses problems that they bring before their respective local board to submit their concerns to the committee. The committee shall oversee the employees hired by the State Board to evaluate employees hired by the State Board to evaluate concerns sent to the committee, including but not limited to communicating with the parents, taxpayers to understand the unresolved issue, communicating with the local or respective local board to clarify the issue, and evaluating documents submitted by parents, taxpayers, boards, and others. The committee may issue reports on its findings to the State Board, the parties to the complaint, and others, including the governor and legislators. The Parental Assistance Committee may recommend to the State Board that it hold hearings regarding issues it brings before the State Board. These hearings may be held during a regular board meeting or at a special board meeting with the location either in Lansing or in or near the district where the unresolved issue exists. It may also recommend to the legislature statutory changes to address the unresolved issue, especially if the matter is seen to occur throughout the state. Amendment 2 would be establishing the employee. Add to Section 4 a paragraph C as follows. This is paragraph B is the executive, the board executive. So this would be C. Parental Assistance Committee employee. The members of the SBE shall appoint a Parental Assistance Committee employee or employees. The employer employees shall assist the Parental Assistance Committee as outlined in Section 3. So that just, according to our bylaws, it's just to be submitted and lay on the table between the meeting at which they are submitted and the next duly constituted meeting, at which time such amendments must be acted on.
Okay, thank you very much.
So that's
please.
That's that. I do have one other thing. You know, when we discuss, when we bring before resolutions, it was commented that the vote to put it on the agenda is not on its merits, but I do think that if, you know, it is to some degree, because if it's not being put on the agenda, then its merits, you know, it seems to be that the merits are being dismissed or judged as not important. And then third, there was a mention of the Restoring Ottawa's video, where it does have a video of a MDE employee instructing teachers how to hide things from parents. And I do think that that is very problematic. I asked for what your opinion was.
And I said I'd be happy to discuss it with you.
Oh, I don't know that I saw that. Well, nonetheless, I mean, I think it's also, since especially it was brought up, and I don't think that it's a problem to bring it up in public as well, that I find it quite disturbing, and hope maybe maybe next month or something it can be addressed, because if you watch the video, and I believe it's on Rumble. Restoring Ottawa is the channel, and I mean, I watched it. The employee clearly talks about hiding information from parents, and I find it troubling. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
So yes, earlier this morning we tried to present a resolution of which we couldn't really address the merit of, because it wasn't even something we could agree on giving space or time to the discussion. But I think our board meeting today just highlights the importance of it. We had someone call in for public comment that told us he emailed us his story this last month, and he did. We had a parent come and give public comment representing the Organization for Seclusion and Restraint. We have another email, and this is all just within the last week. So when we consider what it means to be a parent that has an issue with their child and public education from a local standpoint, and where do they go with that issue, how do they handle that issue, and then it seems as if school districts will immediately engage legal efforts. when they don't have a good pathway to have somebody listen to them and hear what's going on with them. I'll just read one of those 3 situations in the last week or so out loud right now. I'll leave her name out, but she's emailed all of us. She says, I live in Ann Arbor, and I'm a parent to 2 adult sons on the autism spectrum. My older son is severely affected, so he was able to continue his educational services with an IEP through age 26. He was supposed to be attending a Washtenaw ISD young adult program during the COVID-19 pandemic. These YA programs are usually done face-to-face with a great deal of the instructional time occurring out in the community in order to best work on his goals and to help increase independence, life skills, and work on employment options, as well as provide social opportunities and instruction on other types of skills such as language and technology. The WISD provided a very small amount of completely virtual instruction from March 2020 through September 2021. It did not equate in any way to a full 6 to 7 hours a day, 31 hours a week of face-to-face instruction as explicitly written in the IEP, 1,900 minutes per week. At most, 5 to 8 hours of a week of virtual instruction was provided. Goals were watered down and reporting was incredibly vague. Statements such as progressing toward goals with no detail or backup data provided were all that was in the reports. We and several other families repeatedly asked what compensatory services would be provided to make up for a lack of services for our young adults, and were ignored for over a year. When something was finally provided, it was a complete joke, and they claimed all of the participants did not suffer educational losses. That is for sure inaccurate. That's my verbiage. They also talked several times about how expensive it would be to provide these compensatory services for our young adults, all while receiving extra additional funding due to COVID-19. According to special education law IDEA, districts are not supposed to consider costs when talking about the needs of students in their IEPs, including for other compensatory services. It is illegal. I tried to seek help with an attorney, but could not afford to continue the process that it would take as the WISD got their lawyers involved right away. They don't seem to care how much they spend on legal fees. Again, my verbiage, because they're taxpayer dollars. I could carry on with this email, but these are the kinds of examples, and I'm only reading it out loud right now because we get these all the time from parents that are saying, you know what, I have reached my maximum capacity and my ability to resolve conflict at the local level, and this is what I'm going through, and I need you to assist me. I can't tell you how many countless ways we could probably provide a pathway of conflict resolution for parents that would be effective to encourage local resolution at first possible locally, but then to give them a pathway that they don't get so exhausted or they don't have money to get lawyers involved, their school district does due process and boom. Now they don't really have access to public education in their local community because that is the water that they're in. So, you know, resolution or not, I would definitely encourage other board members to look at these bylaws, to really consider what it would look like to fundamentally change the infrastructure in which parents engage with conflict resolution at the local level and the state level. Because I think that we're at a place, especially post-pandemic, where there really isn't a resolution process that's effective for them, that's effective for governance over K-12 education. And I think we're treading water. And so it's time to make a change. So that's just in relationship to what Tom introduced just now. I've also got other emails, and oddly enough, quite a few people have reached out to me. There's an issue with kids not getting more than 20 minutes to eat school lunch. I'll forward that on if you guys haven't also gotten it. Looks like it was sent to the whole board, but I've also been approached outside of board emails that this is a regular issue. So I'm trying to figure out why it's an issue. Also a local decision, but I want to say that we wouldn't be giving kids less than 30 minutes to eat lunch, but I'm just throwing it out there. Seclusion and restraint has been talked about multiple times during this meeting. Would love to get them on the agenda if they can present to us in the coming months. And Marilyn, I'm curious about something with public comment. Is there a way to post on our YouTube page when people go there to see the live stream? Because they're obviously watching the live stream while they're also on hold. Is there some kind of announcement on our profile or YouTube profile that could say in caps or something, mute this live stream when giving public comment? Something in red, something that's boom, flashing to them so that every time you talk to somebody, it's potentially already a problem that's been solved. Just throwing it out there.
I'm not the technology expert, but I will ask.
Okay. That's all.
Anything more? Thank you very much, Ms. Snyder, Dr. Pugh, and Ms. Tilley.
I'm just lost as to where we are. Is this
This
something?
This is board member comments.
Okay, so this was not
and adjournment.
Okay, all right, Tom, you were just giving this to us for
the month. It has to be laid over for a month.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll take a moment.
Okay, very good, Ms. Tilley.
To piggyback on what Nikki was saying, even when you send out the instructions for people to call in, that can be included in the instructions.
It is.
It is? And they still, oh my God. And to piggyback on what Tom was saying earlier, I concur. I'm so glad that phonics is being brought back. I'm very happy about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else for the good of the group? Dr. Pugh, you've had your bite. Dr. Pugh.
I just wanted to say that yesterday I had the opportunity to attend the SEAC meeting on behalf of the board. So just 10 minutes that I was able to spend with them, but really talk to them about how important they are to us, as well as some of our efforts and some of the things that we're doing, working together to support their very critical efforts. I did participate in and pull together a press event. We are stronger united. I thank Board Member Tilley, Board Member Lipton, and our president for joining us. We had parents from Ann Arbor, Lansing, Beverly Hills, Livingston County. I don't even know some of the names of the places, but was it Ottawa County? I can't remember. Anyway, we had parents that came, stood with us, and talked about how we are working together, the importance of that, but that this is something that we do, and that we will not be divided as educators, policymakers, and as parents to make sure that our children are getting the best education possible. And so I thank them for traveling. I thank the public comment today. It was really good to have folks that were able to step up and really give their voice to the broader sector and the broader voice of parents that's out there. So just wanted to mention those things. I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Pritchett or Ms. Lipton, either? No? Okay.
And just finally, I really didn't get the chance to speak to the amendments. I hear a lot from parents that feel stonewalled by their local district. They are not heard. FOIAs are tens of thousands of dollars. We even heard somebody, I wouldn't consider them a conservative, that was complaining, and I'm sure it's both sides, the people on both sides, where they may not get really good attention. They may be feeling like they're getting stonewalled at the local level. And certainly we can't tell the districts what to do, but we certainly might be able to get answers and flesh out the issues. And so that would be my intent, is to have somebody who can kind of call, and maybe they might stonewall parents, but maybe they won't stonewall the State Board of Education, and just try to get to the bottom of it and then give us a report on issues that are out there. And, perhaps we can shine the light on some of the things if we do feel there are inappropriate actions going on, and maybe knowing that that's a possibility, maybe parents in some areas that are not being well respected, in my opinion, will get that respect. So that would be the intent of, and I'm sure that I'm not thinking about a full-time employee. It would be somebody that could 10 hours a week or something, that would be able to interact with the parents, the school district, and then kind of do some research on issues as they are brought forward by parents or other taxpayers at the local level. That's the intent.
Very, very good. Okay, Ms. Tilley.
Thank you. I know we all have our own kind of rhythm and how we do things as board members. I know for me, I've been contacted, and I spoke about this previously, but not at a public meeting. I've been contacted by members that know me, or I get referred, somebody knows me and they know a parent having an issue and they'll refer them. I feel like, it's our job to be advocates for parents having issues. I don't know that this is kind of like, almost like, to me, anyway, in my mind, a PTA or something like that. I feel like when parents contact us as individuals, when I know the school district, first of all, I have them email me the issue so that it's in writing and it's in their words, so that I'm not adding to it or taking away from it, and they're saying what they need to say. If I know the school district, I forward it over to the school district. It usually gets handled pretty well, and I don't impose anything on that. I just do it as a FYI to let them know that they have, a parent that's having issues. And then if I don't know the school district, I will send it to Marilyn and to Dr. Rice. And Dr. Rice usually makes sure that it's taken care of and things are worked on. That's kind of been the process that has worked well for me in helping advocate for parents.
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Dr. Pugh, did you have one more before we adjourn?
Yes, and I was going to speak to this. It's, we said that we were going to talk about it next month, but since it's being discussed, I don't want to be left out. And I do agree with what Board Member Tilley said. We get calls from parents a lot. And so if it's something that we can't walk them through, then we are contacting the department to see how that can happen, if there's anything that can be done, any interventions that can be done. I'm always mindful, and your voice rings out, Tom, of local control, and I don't want us to ever give the image that we're sidestepping local control and that we do it here, we do it there, and then other places we don't want that to happen. So I think we have to be very careful. The other thing is that we heard very clearly from parents, and I hear from parents that some of the proposals that were made today or the discussions that were had today, it also sidesteps parents and what they, the mechanisms that they use on the ground. And so they're not supportive of some of the proposals that have been placed on the table.
Are you through?
I'm done.
Very good.
I'm finished and done.
Okay, very good. Ms. Snyder.
I'll just make one more comment in support of really, hopefully, genuinely considering the bylaw language change in a committee. So in colleges and universities across the state and our country, we have a process through which most students can access an ombudsman, right? A process of an ombudsman, which is probably the most local control version of conflict resolution. Instead of waiting for somebody to fix a problem for them, they can bring it to a third party, if you will, or a group of people or a person or office where they can describe it without feeling the pressure of the local school district or whatever the relationship may be there for them. It really is, I think it's a very good, solid concept that would help to smooth over issues that have been lingering or are the cause of the pandemic or our approach as a result of the pandemic. It gives parents and students a pathway that we have in higher education. We don't have that at the local level. It's kind of like you say, they say, let's, legal, battle it out, due process, taxpayer dollar, it just goes like, it's a huge mess. So this would be a process that would truly reflect what higher education students already have. We have it in healthcare systems. You can go to an ombudsman that will help solve a conflict in the least friction-oriented way as soon as possible, that type of thing. This is sort of what I see the State Board of Education, which is constitutionally responsible for overseeing K through 12, and conflict resolution is one of the biggest issues that we see central to education for students and parents right now. So I would just really, I ask the board members to really consider the language, put some deep thought into it, because I really do think it could be a solution as we move forward.
So just a few quick things as we wrap. One, if there are any topics board members would like included in future meeting agendas beyond the ones you've shared in the last few minutes, please notify Marilyn or me. Mr. McMillan, I appreciate your use of the term Stonewall. So few people know its historic reference, so I appreciate you using it. I want to thank staff members of 835 LEAs and 56 ISDs across the state who regularly problem solve on a daily basis with parents in their districts. There are 1.4 million public school children. There are 2 million public school parents, and problem solving takes place all day, every day, including on the weekends. And it is true that there are issues that are harder to resolve, but it's not true that there aren't enormous attempts made and successful resolution made on a regular basis, from Escanaba to E-Course, from one Great Lake to the other. A lot of problem solving taking place by our public school educators. I also want to thank MDE staff for doing the same thing. I was on the phone this morning with Dr. Carnell and Ms. Garcia, problem solving about an issue in a district 100 plus miles away from Lansing as I'm driving to Lansing today. There are a lot of things that aren't seen that are done, and done very well and very effectively by public school educators across the state. It's a difficult business, and everything is not amenable to an easy solution.